get this going. I almost said let's get this over with, but we're not going to be getting this over with today. And not by a long shot. So. It is back to Dark Souls today. Now, I've done a couple things in the interim between last week and now. You may notice I'm wearing slightly different armor. I realized there was no reason for me not to be wearing this chest piece, which was just better defense than what I was wearing. The downside being it requires Twinkling Titanite to upgrade, so that's not going to be happening. I did upgrade my boots a decent amount, so they've got a fair whack more defense on them. My gloves have a bit more defense on them. But see, Twinkling Titanite. Not happening anytime quick. Also upgraded our longsword as much as I could, pretty much. It is up to +5. So that helps a bit whenever I'm using that. I was using the Drake Sword when I was walking back and forth to make my life a little bit simpler. Now, you may notice, obviously, I didn't have the Smith box last time. That's the trip I made using the Drake Sword, as I walked back to the Smith, got the Smith boxes, got some extra Titanite purchased, got that sorted out, increased our vitality a bit, and got one more attunement, I believe was all I did. Now you may be wondering, well, how'd you do all of that? Well, there's two separate things I did. One, I did a fair bit of grinding, but I did, and I want to make this clear for anybody that wants to try to invalidate what I've done because of me doing this. I'm just going to be straight up about this. You remember that 11,000 souls that got stolen from me by them glitching out of reality? I went ahead and took an editor and got those 11,000 back. Just being clear about that. Didn't give myself anything else, didn't touch anything else. Purely just got the souls that were glitched out of reality back, as I said I was going to do. Just getting that statement out of the way now. And with the extra point of attunement, we do have Remedy on now. I don't know how much that's going to get used, but considering the amount of poison here, it seemed like a good idea to have that since we just had the spell on hand already anyway. I have kindled this bonfire, so we actually have 10 Estus here instead of the 5 we had before. Because I'm figuring I'm going to need this bonfire as a junction point to go much of anywhere in here, based on how this has been going. Yeah, I already repaired everything. We're gonna end up in a position here that's gonna get a little awkward in that I can't upgrade anything else any further. But that's better than the position we were in before. Oh yeah, I also put a bunch of things away in the bottomless box off camera. Just for convenience sake. Like getting rid of spare copies of armor, got rid of basically all the weapons I was carrying. Things like that. Nothing you're gonna miss. But it makes this menu so much neater to look through. I'm still carrying the Astora Straight Sword. Not because I expect to use it, but because it's neat. I'm just kind of hanging on to that. Thank you, Marlon. It is interesting how Twitch counts that for multiple days. Basically, it's the anniversary of the day this account got Twitch affiliate, which allowed me to get paid. The thing is, it tends to run that for like a 3-day span around it, like the day before and the day after and the day of, I believe is how they usually roll that. It's Dark Souls, so about as expected, I would say there. Like, there's an argument to be made for playing this game in and of itself being pain. But not too untoward beyond that. But we don't need to talk about the Capra Demon. But for anybody who missed last session, we are one bell in, so we are halfway through getting the Bells of Awakening dealt with. That's why we're down here in hell, is to go ring the other bell. Problem being, of course, I don't remember exactly where down here the bell is. I'll find it eventually. But we're gonna be spending a fair amount of time down here because of trying to find it. Oh, you're just gonna spam that now, huh? That you've just decided to repeatedly use that this time. Instead of being at all convenient. Wrong button. Oh, there is more of those bugs here than I ever wanted to see. Thankfully, this is still workable. It's just really awkward. I need my targeting to cooperate with me. The thing is, those are also two wildly different genres of game. So that is in and of itself a very different situation. Like, yes, they are brutal, but that's more brutal on a learning scale than it is on a, hey, you just have to execute everything perfectly or you're fucked scale. Necessarily. So it's two very different problems. Me, personally, I think I'd rather have the fear and hunger problem. Yeah, we did get a free humanity. But, right, I did die, so I'm hollowed. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, then. I was just gonna get rid of that humanity so I don't lose it. There's really not enough benefit to bothering to spend that humanity. Unless I want to use one of the ones I'm carrying, and I'm not interested enough to do that. Yeah, no, there's a reason why those games are mostly for people who are interested in hurting themselves. Yes, that is what I said. Not more than a minute or two ago, yes. This is the lowest part of Blight Town. Now you see why I said I was not happy to be continuing this today. But this is what I have to do, so it will be done. But those aren't infinitely spawning, are they? They might be infinitely spawning. So I just watched those two rise up from there. Huh. Well, that's inconvenient. They weren't doing that earlier. Unsure if normal behavior or glitch. Not happy either way. But honestly, Blighttown's not the worst place we're going to be by the end of this playthrough. It's up there, but it's not the worst place we'll ever be. It just is miserable because it's poison hell. Once we have a moment to breathe, I'll probably just remedy this poison off once I have landfall, because I think this is a useful direction. It might not be. We'll find out. And no, I'm not asking that question. And that's why we have remedy, though, because it saves on having to go fishing for the poison cure item in my inventory, / buying more of them. It's either that or I sit there and tank the poison the whole way through here, and let me tell you, I ain't about that idea right now either. Should be... Yep, that'll land. Okay. Goodbye. Like, 3 pokes of the catalyst will also kill those things, but with the way they're behaving right now, I wasn't exactly a fan of that idea. Because you gotta hit them quick enough that they can get stun locked, otherwise you start to have a real annoying time with that idea. Is it this? No, this is not the way I wanted to go. It's the other way that I was thinking about. I got my directions wrong, which is not a surprise, because Blight Town sucks. Okay, game. Yep, sure thing. Sure thing, just start bouncing me off of all the terrain. Why not? That's what I wanted right now. I wanted to be down here, clearly. Oh, and of course that shooter has an angle on me from somewhere, somehow. I might just take the death here, because this is going to be pain regardless. That's not the button I wanted. And we are gonna die. Yeah. There was nothing I could have done about that, because if I tried to move to a position where the guy shooting me wasn't gonna hit me, I would have died to the poison before I got there. So it wouldn't have mattered. Worst part is, I could easily be going a direction I do not need to be going, and I freely acknowledge that. But I feel compelled to at the very least look. Yeah, no, I'm just not fast enough because of the slowdown in the goo there to avoid getting poisoned. Thankfully, as mentioned, not really a big issue to solve that. Just sucks being in this room. Yep, dead again because there's just too much shit piled in there because of trying to just get through here at something resembling a pace not akin to a snail. Hey there, Lark. We are not allowed light here. Look at this place. There is no light here. No light is allowed in this awful hellhole. Just like there is no joy allowed here. Pretty much. This is why memes are made about this, because the memes are true. If I scoot across here, we're a bit better off. It's a good thing these are stupid. There we go. No. Okay. Now, actually bothering to get rid of them, we should have enough clearance. Except, God forbid, object hitboxes be anything remotely acceptable in this game. You've got an extra foot above your head because video games. Oh my god. Of course there's even more of these little fuckers here, because why wouldn't there be? What's that? You want to be able to play the game? No. Bugs. Accept Swarm of Bug into your life, because this is your life now. Little shitter. Die. Isn't this just off to a lovely start? I get to have such a good mood to start my day. Worst part is, I'm not even convinced this is a direction I want to go at all. Also, this is something that confuses me. Why is the number of these things so out of control when literally I was doing this not more than an hour ago, and they weren't doing this? Why are they so aggressive now? That's what I'm actually taking issue with here. I'm getting two different results doing the same thing. Because I walked up here when I was grinding and saw something, then I'm like, oh, this might actually be a useful direction. So I'm going to remember that for later. Yep, and getting toxic right back off of here again. That's another thing that didn't happen when I walked through here before, is those guys didn't notice to shoot at me last time either. So I don't know why I'm ending up with two different results. I'm not doing anything different, just to be clear. I literally walked over the same way, taking the same path. So why is their reaction different? Like, is there something I just don't understand about how the aggro in this game works? I wouldn't be surprised. Because people, to my knowledge, are still learning more about how some of that works. Or at the very least, still posting videos about it, because I remember getting recommended a video that was recent that was talking about their hearing and everything. Stop doing that. Yeah, I keep forgetting this whole place is poisoned. It's easy to forget because you think it's reasonable, even slightly. Forgetting that it's Blight Town, even for a second. God, the terrain is just such trash. Like, I remember warning the one that paid for this that, hey, don't expect positive things out of this. If you're hoping for positivity towards this, oh, you are mistaken. Because I will applaud this game in many ways. Game design is not necessarily one of them overall. Especially, you know, for obvious reasons, this version. This is what I can do, so this is what we're doing. Yep. I knew I was setting myself up for failure there, but I had no moves to make at that point. I'm gonna go a different direction just so we see anything. Something I want to see is, are these spawning from something, or is this just fuckery? I genuinely, like I said, don't recall them just endlessly spawning like this. So I'm wondering if that's also because of the editing I did to get back the souls that were glitched out of reality. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there's something like that layered in the code somewhere. See, now that I'm over here, now they're not endlessly spawning from that spot. Unless it's, like, right here? Yeah, now nothing's happened. Very strange. If observed, no bugs spawn. I'm just gonna keep an eye on that as I move around now and see if that just makes them not do that anymore. Oh yeah, there's something I missed over here. Oh, there's a lot of shit here. Okay, hang on. See, now they're back. They only appear when you aren't looking at them. Or at the very least, past a certain distance is more likely. Very strange. You know, obviously we just picked up a pyromancy, which is useless to me, and pyromancer armor, which is similarly not going to be something I'm going to be making too much use out of, probably. But it exists. Go fetch this now. Slog, 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 slog. At least that'll be useful. Might want to blast that. That looks like a thing I want gone. You know what it might also have been? These flies can be kind of stupid. It may very well be that a couple of them got stuck and that's why I wasn't dealing with the endless spawning. Because if they got stuck somewhere, they wouldn't have a reason to spawn more of them. That might be exactly the solution to that problem. Now, I seem to recall something about these, like, leech things, but it's not quite clicking in my brain. And I know, I have my souls up there. I'm not too concerned about losing them, honestly. Because we're going to be losing souls in here. Like, Blight Town is going to eat a lot of value. That's just the nature of this place. So I'm just disregarding that as a concept. There's more of the leeches over there. Looks like there's a path up there as well. Which might be a winning move. There's a whole bunch of leeches over there, but I don't have a good angle at them. Then again, why not do the wise thing? And when one has not got an angle, you create an angle. What is the button for it again? There it is. Let them work their way over here so I can just blast them. You know, if I don't just shoot under the leech, that would be a good idea, not shooting under the leech. There we go. Is why would I be the fool who goes and walks into the goo after them, after all, right? That's just asking for trouble. We try to do things the relatively smart way around here. Keyword being try. Okay, now let's get that bow out of there and get the sword back. Looks like my best choice for avoiding getting poisoned, if at all possible, is to go there, then go there. So, boogie, 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 boogie all the time. Oh, ate it. There's a bunch of leeches here, though. I probably should have kept the bow, because I didn't see those two. I just saw that one. Oh, and it dropped something, too. Oh, the greed. The greed! Ooh, that's actually a good thing to have grabbed. So I think we might have to go back to the smith to use that. I don't think the smith box can do that. Out of remedies, which is the obnoxious thing. So I don't really... Oh, no, I can reach you. That solves that problem at the very least. Except he apparently, when he turned around, moved just far enough because he was the literal edge of my range. Up. Yep, I had a feeling because of the slight delay on rolling there. Punch. That was my only purple moss, though, so... Hopefully this pans out in a good way. You know, I'm going out on a limb and saying that was not worth it. Pretty sure that's worthless to me. That's Blight Town, baby. There's more leeches down there guarding something. Pretty sure they're, as usual, actively in the goop. Oh, that one detected me, though, so I can bait him from a safe place. They really make just the least pleasant of noises, too, don't they? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Where are you going? There he goes. I was like, you taking the long way around? What are you doing, buddy? Anyway. Really? Still didn't detect me, huh? Okay. There we go. Wakey, wakey. You're supposed to die there, but you know, that's about as expected. See if the tracking works well enough. Yep, there we go. Let's find out if this is worth it. Green Titanite. That's not gonna be that useful for me, I don't think. So I want to say that's only for very specific weapons, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be using them. So that's a shame. Oh yeah, speaking of things that are a shame, I realized when I was looking through my smithing stuff that either I'm just remembering wrong entirely, or we need something else for it, but I cannot do anything to make my catalyst any better right now. I don't remember which is which. It may just be that I'm remembering a different game where the catalyst equivalents were upgradable. Or, like I said, it's an item that I need. Don't know. But that ends up getting filed under future problems. But I may as well slog through the poison while I've got it already anyway. Go see what I can find. I was being a little too fast about fixing that poison, and I acknowledge that. But I kept thinking I was going to find places where I was going to be out of the poison for longer. Not the results that actually have occurred. Thankfully, we can use the jank to our advantage sometimes. Anything hiding back here waiting to jump me? No, just the sea of leeches over here. Advantage of the poison timer here. Oh, yep, had a feeling there was gonna be at least one waiting to pop out of a corner at me. Because this game loves its surprises. I'm so glad it missed. If it didn't miss, we were so fucking dead there. Large Titanite, that is more useful. Oh, come on. Thankfully, I think that just does regular poison, and we're still regular poisoned, so... They have no power here. Aside from, you know, just directly killing me. They can certainly still do that. Over here before the poison wears off. No. Add leech. No. None for you. I remember slogging through specifically the leech pile for something when I was playing this multiplayer long ago. Because we actively, like, rushed in here for something for him. And I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was that. But it might have been that. Also, we're poisoned again, because that's the life down here. Like, this is a funny one, but I don't know. Oh, then again, no, it does restore HP on every hit. This might have been what we came down here for. Because he was using big weapons. So, that would make sense. Something that heals on hit would be very nice. Mind you, this is, like, more than 8 years ago. Oh, give or take, because the last time I'd played this was back in, I think it said 2016 on Steam when I looked at it. So, bear that in mind. That's why that memory is just, like, basically non-existent. Like, I'm surprised that that memory's even that present. See, we've not been getting harassed by endless flyers, so... I think that's exactly what happened, is they got stuck somewhere. Or there's a range limit on them being a constant harassment. One of the two. I assume all those leeches respawn, so... At the end of the day, this will have been technically for naught, but realistically, there was a reason to do it, in that we got the stuff that was over there. Let's go back and touch the bonfire to get reset. I would spam roll through the mud more, but unfortunately, we don't have enough stamina to really go roll spamming around. I don't have enough for level currently. Fix up my stuff while we're here. It doesn't need it that badly, but it never hurts to do that while you have the time. We may as well chuck what we picked up into here for the most part, because it's not like I'm going to use it. There's a very low chance that I'm ever gonna go deep enough into strength to use the big weapons in this playthrough, if I'm honest. That's never really been my thing. And I'm probably not using any of this, so we'll go ahead and set that aside. I guess we could try to go get my stuff back. It's not like it's hard to get to. It may be hard to actually walk away with, considering what's happened every time we've gone over there, but, you know. We can only try. I should not have gone that quickly. I should have waited the poison out, but it is what it is. The shitty fucking geometry here, though, is that should have worked out fine for us, but instead, he just kind of power slid in place and accomplished nothing. Let those bog you down. Just grab the stuff and get the fuck out. This way we can ditch the souls into a level and don't keep losing it over and over again. I wish this gave more than 2 stamina per level. It's so fucking painful. Like, at least Vitality gives a reasonable amount of hit points per level, even if hit points are only so meaningful in this game to begin with. Is considering the rate things just rip right through it. We are going to be leaning very heavily on our magic, so intelligence is a good argument. Especially when we finally find an intelligence scaling weapon. Which is probably what we're going to have be our final choice. Because that just makes the most sense. I love it when I measure my attacks wrong. It's my favorite thing. Only good things happen when I do that. This is why I'm even using this catalyst the way I am, is because that reach is fairly nice, and the damage output on it is genuinely not bad. Like, I could obviously be using a real spear and be doing more damage, but this means less cycling. Obviously, for anything decently dangerous, though, we want to actually use the sword unless we're planning to use magic. Stop protecting each other, you little shits. Thank you. Like, it can be so annoying to get a hit in there when they're just spitting alternating times. Yes, yes. I really wish that wasn't a set angle that you fire your spells off at. Like, that I would say is a defined advantage of pyromancy over magic, is pyromancy fires at a better angle for closer targets. It's for the most part, since it's firing from a hand. From what I recall, isn't pyromancy just generally considered the superior option? I don't remember. Not that I remember much of anything, as we've discussed before. I need to just get the fuck away from here, but I can't. Not fast enough, anyway. Maybe that's why this didn't seem as bad, though, as I pressed through here faster. So, the darters, I swear, are activating differently. Okay, he's hitting the pot, so let me go ahead and just cleaned up. Get an idea what the hell I'm gonna do from here. Yep, he's stuck. The guy below him is also stuck. I have a moment to breathe. Is he just, like, directly above me on that stonework? Is that where the darts are coming from? Oh, hi. He fell down. Turns out that's where the darts were coming from. Okay, that actually solves a really big problem. Him having fallen down and getting killed means I think we're not gonna get shafted the moment we go up here this time. That's huge, potentially. Of course, you know, Heckle and Jekyll still live up here. But that's an easier problem to solve with some reach. So, that's not a big concern. I'm gonna laugh if I've done all of this just to have gone backwards in Blight Town. Yep, there's the Wanderer set. If you were wondering where the Wanderer's starting gear was, ta-da, it's right there. That's a fun one to start with. I do enjoy the Falchion and everything. Again, probably not something we're gonna get much use out of, considering the dexterity requirements. but I do like it. In fact, was there even a further path here, or was that literally what I've been dying for this whole time? The answer may surprise you in that it's probably that's exactly what happened. Oh no, there's a further ladder here. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure I had gone higher than this, because I didn't actually go over that end before, because that's where I was getting shot at whenever I did go here before. So I ran up this way. The longest time I had gotten up here. Hi. How you doing? Would you fucking not with sitting on the ladder, though, bud? That'd be great. Anyway. Go ahead and top up just in case, because we have a decent amount of flasks. That looks like something, but I think this might actually... Isn't this part of how you normally would get down here instead of the way we got down here? I think I might have been on the right track thinking I had gone backwards going this way. So there might be something over there. I have a really bad feeling I am just going backwards. Because for those wondering, I went down through Valley of Drakes and went down the elevator. Oh, you son of a bitch. Turns out there are still more darters in this vicinity, huh? Oh, there's a fog wall here. Well, you know what? Fuck it. We're already on borrowed time. Hello, sir. Oh, you've got some health to you, huh? No, I want the boss clump off my screen, please. There we go. I just needed to find a spot where that wasn't on the screen anymore. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping for out of Remedy, was the fact that it worked on Toxic. Because Toxic's the problem. Poison's okay. Oh, hi, big boy. Your very presence here is an issue for me. Ow. Hey, I'm just gonna go, okay? I'm just gonna go. Neener, neener. Not the button I meant to press, but you know what, it'll work. Gotta go! Gotta go right now. Gotta hope this goes somewhere. Gotta go right now. Gotta leave him far behind. Hi. Fuck you in particular. Don't know if going forward or backward, but I'm just gonna keep on going, 'cause I can. Had a feeling you were gonna show up behind me at some point. You were here sooner than I thought, though. Oh god. No. Oh, no, 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 no! I love grab attacks that unless you avoid them before they start them, there's nothing you can do. All of that walking wasted because 2 against 1, no room to move. Yep, that's about right. I have a feeling, though, with how protected that is, that might actually be important. Like I said, though, the big concern in my brain is, am I going backwards? Which, with the way that's laid out, it really does look like I'm going the wrong way around. Like I'm climbing back out of Blight Town going that way. But as I mentioned, I never finished Blight Town, so I don't actually know, to begin with, which way's the right way. Is that's where we came from in this playthrough for anybody who missed last time and are unfamiliar. Those wheels are how I got down here. Okay, only one of them is aggroed. So that's good at least. Yeah, see, it pops right back up again immediately. It's fascinating to me. Like, I would be more frustrated by that if I was less fascinated by the concept of just infinite fucking bug. Which, if you really wanted to slow grind, you could just infinite grind on these things. If you really wanted to. They're just not worth enough to be a good option there. Like, 36 at a time is just so not worth it. We know that there's a boss in the mound over there. And it might be that I have to beat that to do what I need to do. That didn't go well when we went over there either. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try that again. Because I very much went into that fight half-cocked to begin with, considering poison and everything by the time we'd gotten there. Looking like there's a much better path to take to get there by just going like along the edge over here, though. Oh, for the most part. Keeps you away from the worst of the boulder boys. So dodging them is going to be necessary to get up here, no matter how you look at that. Well, maybe not. Cure off the poison. We didn't actually take too much harm from that. Then we just scoot up here, and yeah, they don't even notice we're here at all. So that at least gives us a clean run in. Don't anticipate this succeeding. Just by the by, in case anybody's like, wow, is he really going for this? It's like, well, I can try. You know, sometimes all you can do is try. But with this game, sometimes all you can do is cry. Hello, ma'am. Wrong button is going to get me in trouble. Yeah, see, I did 103 there. So I don't know if I even have enough charges to do this. Without, like, going into fisticuffs. Depends very heavily on how much a basic soul arrow does. Yeah, 24. Yeah, that's not ideal. The good news is we do have some solid fire protection on this shield. So our shield is at least somewhat useful in this exchange. I don't think it's gonna be good enough to take a real hit. It's not 100% protection. I remember that as demonstrated there. Oh, the fucking floor fire. I can't see because the damn lock on. Also, that definitely hurts you before you get to it. Like, that makes sense because, you know, it's basically lava, but, very inconvenient that that had that much radius around it. But based on the damage results there, unless I try to go for the sword and, like, go for the legs or something, I don't know if we're gonna make that one work right now. And, like, I could whip the Drake Sword out again as well, because, you know, I have it available. And that is how we've defeated most bosses up till this point. Is the damage output on that thing expedites things immensely. Which, if I were a wiser man, I'd probably just be using that everywhere I go instead of this +5 longsword. But I'm trying not to lean on it too heavily. Which is a fool's errand based on what I talked about before about you use every leverage point you have when you play this game. So we'll take the extra 80 power. As demonstrated there. If we were actually, like, leveraging scaling more, we'd obviously not be utilizing this nearly as much, because the scaling would mean other things would be stronger by now, probably. Focused scaling, of course, not, like, split, particularly. That's fine. A little poison's not gonna kill me. You know, I'm gonna be the big, brave, stupid boy here and go try it again. See how much damage the Drake Sword does. If it doesn't do enough for me to feel comfortable, we will just try going back the other way again and go back up above. And see if that is, in fact, a dead end like I think... Wait. How did I get past those guys without being spotted? Huh. Hold that thought. If it's guarded by a pair of those, that might actually be worth trying to go for. But I think the wise play here would be to pull one, magic him down, and then go from there. Dealing with both at the same time is going to be a death sentence, almost certainly. I love it when the arrow just goes, like, right through their armpit. Oh, that is attracting both of them, huh? No, what? Where the hell's the other one going? You do realize I'm out of range, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm out of your throw range. Range over here. Huh. I wish I had better arrows right about now. Because, you know, obviously, 11 damage at a time whenever I'm not hitting the rock is not gonna do great. Especially when it just turns into a black void up over there and I can't even see if he's got the boulder in his hand or not. Oh, wait. There he goes. Don't get me wrong, there's decent odds of me just dying to these guys straight up. Because I do bad timing. Case in point, just getting deflected by the boulder. It's a good thing these guys aren't particularly bright. Ow! Neither am I, though. Apparently, I aggroed one of the ones over there. I could probably just juke the other one. Except I keep getting distracted by the one that I aggroed over there. So I just catch a boulder with my face. Yep, that's what I wanted you to do. Bye, stupid. I'm gonna go get the thing you're guarding now. How much I bet this ain't even worth it? Yeah, that ain't even worth it. Like, for somebody that uses such things, that might be a good get. For me, utterly useless. Complete waste of the resources it took to get in there. Really? I misjudged their range so much, apparently. I thought I was far enough away with where I stopped for a second to check the lay of the land, and then suddenly boulder to the back of the head again. Of course, you know, that just proves what I was talking about. They're stupid, but so am I. I'm just checking. Something, okay. I also just heard, like, a tap that I'm not used to hearing, which is bizarre. I don't know if somebody's knocking on the door or what. I'm gonna check on that right quick. We're about to go into ads anyway, so you're not gonna miss much. One moment. Don't you love hearing weird noises when you're the only one around? Where the noises couldn't possibly have happened? Such is life. Because we know up there's a dead end. We know, at the very least, that going up there goes somewhere, but it may very well be going backwards. Fighting big fire spider, not exactly the finest of ideas. Is in our current condition, but may very well be our only play. Yeah, let me fix the fact that I've got the bow equipped, because the bow is not going to help us. Archery is certainly not going to save the day. That said, I'm betting with a good bow and good arrows, you probably could just give Quelaag the run around and just, like, use the lock on and shoot. And get some solid work done that way. Assuming statistics being proper for the job and everything. Because obviously, there is a dexterity benefit there. Yeah, to hell with it. Let's make the play for going up here again. I need to kill this thing quickly. I hate getting stuck on the geometry! Like, that might be the single most frustrating thing for me with this area. We're dead. I had no plays to make because I ended up down there in the shit scoop where you just can't do anything. Ordinarily, I would stop playing while the ad runs, but considering we're not going to end up anywhere new in 3 minutes more than likely, I'm gonna go ahead and just work our way through here while the ad runs, especially since I already got up for a moment to see what the noise was, which I still don't understand, but you know, that's fine. That's fine adjacent, I suppose, at the very least. Why are you both here? How did you get over here so quickly? Like, I was not taking that long. At least it didn't feel like I was. Like, I've definitely taken longer to get through there before without them being conveniently waiting for me right there. Good enough. The other one's jammed on the terrain for the moment. Breathe, concentrate, let the two bugs come over, kill them, then make your move. Don't be stupid about this just because you want to go quickly. Yeah, there was no not getting poisoned there regardless. And I have to assume that it's not actually them having done a bad job modeling the terrain here. They probably modeled it that way on purpose. Really? That attack just somehow missed him, huh? God, the terrain on this slope in particular, though, is just so bad. Okay. Take that moment to breathe and get the fuck out of here. That one down there can stay down there. He's not gonna figure out how to get up here anyway. Now's a good time to get rid of the poison, because we're gonna have a decent amount of time where we're not gonna have to worry about that. Do the darters stay dead? Because I wasn't getting shot at. Which is unusual, to say the least, based on how things have been going. I don't know why I walked back over to the corpse. Well, I do know why, but eh. His brain's stupid. Just keep outrunning the bugs. They're not my problem. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for distracting me by having your system work so well. Because I saw the chat box move out of the corner of my eye, but that's because it disconnected again. Which, that's interesting. We didn't have that many disconnects yesterday, which is what normally is disconnect heaven. Like, we get disconnects all the time on Mondays. Now it's Tuesday where it disconnects. Yeah, welcome back from the ads. As you can see, we're only just now getting back to the tunnels, so you've really not missed anything. This is such a bad idea. But I have to assume there's a reason to walk out onto this, right? No, there isn't. This is just a dead end. There's nothing there. Is this just meant to be like a fast way down? Like you jump down these? But then how do you even get to that? Because there's clearly something there. Unless you're meant to jump down from up there to get it, and then you drop down onto these to not die? That's likely. But you wouldn't know to drop down to that unless you A, were in a good position, or B, you walked out onto these to look. Cheeky, cheeky. Wasn't there a guy, like, right at the top of this ladder last time, too? Huh. Or was it the top of this ladder? There's so many ladders in this place that it's easy to lose track of which ladder had a nightmare waiting for you. Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, with this, we have enough stamina to kill in one bar before they can do too much, so this is the move for the time being. Big man's still an issue. I'm curious if there's actually something over there to the left as well. We're also going past where the drop down was if I wanted to get whatever the item was. I think. Yeah, there's a ledge there. That seems like such a fucking bad idea, though. He says he goes for it anyway, you know. Oh, the whip. Okay. Thankfully, we can actually just get back to the hole in the wall here, so that was not as bad as it felt. But obviously, the whip's not going to be of any use to us because it's a dexterity weapon primarily, so not really a thing for us to do anything with. Which is funny considering I had picked this because of having dexterity and magic off the top, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll probably use dexterity. And then the options we had available to me made me lean strength, which I could always just raise the dexterity too and just have both available for my physical options. Just detriments the scaling overall. His prices will continue to go higher. But I've certainly made worse decisions, like shooting this guy. Missed it. I mean, if he's just gonna keep yelling, I'm gonna take advantage of that. Oh joy, a dung pie. I think that's what you primarily get from those guys, isn't it? You just, like, get a bunch of dung pies and occasionally get something else. Like, maybe you get their weapon? I don't remember. Okay, that guy's coming after me, so I'm gonna hang out and wait, because I think that's what we ended up dealing with the two before, is I ran up as he came up. So we met in the middle where his friend was. So rather than set myself up for failure, how about we let him set himself up for failure? Or, you know, I'll just miss hitting him in the ankles and promptly get countered. Okay, yeah, see, one-on-one. That's more my speed. Okay. I feel like I want to kill that thing, too. Like, I thought about it when we were here before, but I was a little preoccupied. Is not hitting, or is that immune? Let's test it with regular soul arrows so I stop wasting them. Or can I just not see its health bar? That is also possible. The health bar might be, like, higher up off sight or something. Yeah, see, the health bar is right there. Okay, so these are landing. That was in souls from that, huh? Okay. Let's claim this. Power Within, which is the thing Zero was talking about before, which lets you boost your attack. I'm assuming this is a one-way path, like you're meant to come down this rather than going up this. I don't know if destroying the creepy hangy things matters at all in any other real respect. Like, I assume you end up going down that tube and running into it from that angle. Like, most of Blight Town, as you can see, though, is not that bad. It's just the parts we were dealing with are disgusting. There's something happening. Oh, guarding doesn't work against that, huh? I thought I could block that, and I was stupid, apparently. Game mechanics. Ooh. 'Cause what I wanted to do was switch to my sword before dealing with him. Obviously, I'm not allowed even a second to think in these encounters. Which I should know better, but you know. Sometimes I make the mistake of thinking I'm playing something with any kindness in it at all. Because you get those moments where it's like, oh yeah, this isn't that bad, everything's fine, and then there it is, right up the pooper again. I don't know why I'm staying on these platforms. I'm already poisoned. It doesn't matter. Habit, I suppose. Yeah, I know. The other one's right behind me. But I had already committed to the start of this movement, so... second guessing then wasn't gonna help anything. That's a safe rule to keep in mind for those who haven't dealt with things like this. You can't second guess at certain points and moves. You will just get punished if you second guess at the wrong time. So sometimes you just gotta accept the fact you're gonna have to commit. No. Okay. Yeah, I knew you were gonna be here again, you little shits. Okay, let's get rid of what's left of the poison. Heal up, and then get out of here before more of these little bastards show up. Taking him with me. He is my emergency food. Not exactly, you know, healthy or flavorful emergency food, but let's be real. If you were aiming for flavorful emergency food, you're probably not actually aiming for an emergency to begin with. Yeah, you stay in the floor. That's where you belong. Okay, now we can move further up, and we shouldn't have too much more of a fly problem, with one of them stuck under the floor and the other one having to path all the way back, which probably is out of range now? Uh-huh. Wishful thinking? No. Anyway, now we're back here again. Like, at least it's not a long climb to get back here. It's just, you know, a very quick death once we're here. Come on down, buddy. Not gonna play ball this time, huh? Okay. Of course, he waited till I got on the ladder. I think he was busy yelling from up there. Yeah, I need to remember to be aggressive with the mutants, because otherwise they'll just grab me and kill me. But I hesitate because I'm just so used to hesitating. Oh, he reached with that, huh? At least I landed on solid ground. This is the opposite of what I wanted. I think he fell in. Yep, he fell down. I almost did too. Thing is, he's not dead. The good news is I don't think they can climb ladders, though. I think only, like, the little guys can. Like, the human-sized guys. You know, if I was just a little faster, I could probably blast him before he makes his way up and around. And, like, knock him off. But I would have had to have had the catalyst out and ready to go already. Also, those things with the tendrils flailing around, they stay dead. It's worth keeping in mind. Yep, there goes a siren out in the distance for something. Oh, you're just here already, huh? You just were ready. You wanted this. Now, if you were quick and you knew where you were going, you probably could do funny ladders with these guys. Like, they would come down, you'd wait till they get to the bottom, and then you just switch places with them and climb up and away. But that would genuinely rely on you knowing where you're going, I would say. Oh, you've got a different weapon. Thankfully, despite looking like you were the caster of the bunch, you were the dumbest of the batch because you just kept yelling at me. I'd smack him upside the head and he'd go, ah! And then I'd smack him again and he just goes, ah! Again. And then, you know, he died. It's a whole separate scaffold over there. I heard that. Yep, here he comes. I really wish either of those had hit. Don't know where he came from. Oh, he's got a friend, though. Oh, fuck me. Okay, that worked out. I didn't die. Let that be a lesson. The cheeky option is not always the good option. I don't know where they came from, though. Oh, they came from over there because I had been there before. So they must have made their way from where they had double-teamed me over there before. So this is just like a high point, then. This is not where actually I wanted to go. All of these rickety platforms kind of blend together. Or I'll be honest. Yeah, this is the ladder I'd gone up and died, I believe. Based on where the souls are sitting. Which means that must be where those two came from. This way, then? Perhaps this way. Do the gopher. Just go look around a little bit before you continue climbing. I really do think I've just gone all the way back up to the beginning of Blight Town, though. Considering we're going back up to Stoneworks here. Yes, I clearly wanted to kick the air. Thanks, game. I can't get the kick to happen when I want it to, but boy, when I don't want it to. He loves doing the can-can. The good news is there's a bunch of items up here, so it's not, like, the worst idea to be running around up here. Whether this is right or wrong. There's a bonfire here. So right or wrong, this at least has a checkpoint. I'm not sure if I want to rest at it, though. Because if this is wrong, then I have to climb all the way back down through all of this. That's the torn part right now. Which will be good for souls. Which that is, in and of itself, an argument, is do I want to just get rid of my souls so I don't lose them? Yeah, you know, I probably should. Based on what I was talking about before, we'll go ahead and push up the dexterity as well. Leave us on, like, an even playing field between the two, and then we'll commit harder in one direction or another, depending on where things end up. I think that's enough? No, it was 360. There's gonna be some wasted souls, but it's okay. We can do repairs at the same time. Yeah, because the armor doesn't need it, but it couldn't hurt to do that. And if I am raising my dexterity enough, it may be worth considering upgrading something that's going to use dexterity. There's an argument for leveling the whip because the whip has a lot of reach. The obvious issue there being the whip is not going to be super fast. But we'll play around with that idea. Not going to commit to it right now, obviously, because it's only 80 power versus 200. But it's in the consideration section. Okay, this is going back down. So maybe that's the whole thing, is I had to go up to go down. Is, to my mind, it would make a degree of sense for the bell to be here where the more solid framework is, where the stone and everything is. God damn it, not again! Oh, hi. Well, at least it worked out in our favor, I suppose. Gotta stop doing those greedy swings. It's a bad idea. Don't see any enemies nearby, so let's scoot our way down this while we have the moment to do so. Yeah, I really do feel like we've gone backwards. Considering it's giving moss clumps and such, it would make sense for this to have been the earlier part, leading you into the nightmare that is Blight Town. Does that not fall? Is that just there to scare you? Hi, doggy. Kindly die. My character didn't rotate as quick as I'd wanted him to. I heard it pattering up, and I'm like, I need to turn. I need to turn. Still a lot going on up here, so still jury's out as to whether this is backwards or forwards. Oh, this seems like a hazard and a half to try to get to, but you know what? It's an item. Debatably worthwhile. Huh. Just out on a wooden middle finger, eh? There's also an item out on the stoneworks over there, guarded by whatever that guy's deal is. So it seems pretty clear that I have to go back up a bunch to get across. If I even can get across on this scaffold that we're on right now. The funny option is I get the bow back out and I shoot a couple of these guys and watch where they go to figure out where I'm supposed to go to get there. Of course, the problem at the moment is how do I get back up enough to get there? Yeah, that's where I was just standing. I somehow went in a circle without feeling like I went in a circle, which is weird. No ladders around, right? No, no obvious ladders. I think that's built to do that. I don't think that's breaking. I think they literally have a mechanism there that's making that wiggle just to scare the shit out of you. And it's probably a very good trick for, like, making people fall. Because it doesn't shake so heavily that you're guaranteed to fall off immediately, so you just overcompensate and you fall off of there. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. We did just checkpoint, so I'm kind of tempted to try to jump over to this, too. Yep, that's what I figured was gonna happen. That's why you do that when you have the bonfire right next to you. This way you don't lose anything. This does admittedly mean the whole clown show is back alive again, but they were already mostly back alive anyway. I don't think I want to let you out of the pot. I think you get to live there. Yep. Fucking yep. Sup, brother? Perish. You too. I had a feeling that's why there was that rampway there. It felt perfect for sending me falling back down here, and lo and behold, we're back down here. Predictable. Third time was not in fact the charm for killing me either. Yep, we're dead from this though. Because once again, we're in just awkward enough a position that it's like, how do I prevent that from happening? Answer, you don't. And I'm not going down there for the 1,600 souls. Those souls can stay there. The humanity also can stay there. There went another tap noise. What the fuck is going on today? I think just a bunch of shit is creaking and popping because of the temperature shifting. I'm just gonna tell myself that for the moment. Because we've had an issue with the section of the floor in the other room where it makes noises. This for a while now. So I'm just gonna assume that's what's happening. It sounds similar enough. I also don't know why we just got 300 souls. I know why we got that one, because I knocked him off of there and got those. We got a pair of 150 pops for some reason. Oh, he had a spear. Oh. Turns out the one that fell down didn't die? Question mark? Either that or this is a different one that got injured somehow. Maybe the first one landed on that one. That would be very funny. I thought I had more stamina left than that. He missed. Bye. It's his turn to fall down the hole. There's just a whole clown car shit coming my way, isn't there? Sure is. Anybody else? No? Good. Yeah, see, this guy's facing away from me. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. If enemies are not facing you, it's pretty safe to say that you're going backwards. So this little shit right here needs to die. Yeah, there's so many of them facing that way. I feel like I've gone back to the beginning. There's another funny bridge here. It's honestly kind of fascinating how those are designed to simulate being rickety without actually being rickety, considering the way they move. It's irrelevant, it seems. Okay. What's the over-under on me making this jump? Not great. But I also don't see any other way you'd get to this item. Like, I feel like you jump from the tip of that and you will just make it. You also, like, jump slightly further with less armor on and things, so maybe I should just, like, do this for a moment here. Made it! Just barely made it. The Ito. That's probably not gonna matter to me, but you know what? We've got it, I guess. Another one for the collection. Yeah, 20 dexterity. Probably not going into katanas, but hey, we have that now, so that's fun. And the bonfire is at least conveniently nearby. I probably should prove out the fact that this is going backwards, though, before I just decide that I'm going backwards and then go yet another wrong way. As much as I hate that thought, that probably makes the most sense. He's probably going to make his way back up, is he's going to be pissed. But on the bright side, at least he's not my problem for the moment. And if we're quick enough, he might not be my problem at all. Though... Where's that item just spotted? There. I think that's a whole other path to get to that, though. Is like exploring these areas and finding all the random stuff scattered all over the place. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy finding all of the random odds and ends they've thrown all over this game and the world building and everything. I just wish I didn't have to fight so much shit. I mean, if we get an area transition alert when I walk over here, then we have full confirmation that I've gone the wrong way. You know what? Gotta go. Item back that way. Oh! I think a couple of them fell off to their deaths trying to pursue me, and they probably ran into each other and, like, bounced each other off. Yeah, this really feels like the exit. Going the wrong way. Considering this is a metal ladder and a very stone-heavy section here. Yep, another one falls. Yeah, it does not open from this side. That I'm 99% sure is part of the depths right there on the other side of this door. So I'm incredibly confident that I've gone backwards. And I know I was saying that the whole time and I was still going anyway, but, you know, gotta make sure. And also, goodies. Not that we got anything remarkable out of the return trip up here. But at least this removes the oh, you missed stuff by not going through this bit of Blight Town problem. So, I'll be honest, I'm probably going to do a revenge tour to go kill the Capra demon and everything at some point anyway, before we finish this playthrough. Just because that's the kind of guy I am. We all know I'm a spiteful bastard sometimes. So there was always a very real possibility I was going to come back with significantly increased strength and everything and just go trash him. So, you know, there was always a world where that was a possibility regardless. Mismeasured that attack. Yeah, that was bad timing, but I don't care. He was gonna die and I wasn't. Thank you, Jay. Hope you're doing well. Oh, the things I've ended up doing during my anniversary here. It's going passably. Come to realize I went backwards for a good long while, but you know, that's what happens when you take shortcuts. You don't realize which way you're going. So I've gone backwards up through the vast majority of Blight Town instead of going the way I was trying to go. Which does unfortunately tell me that A, the thing I was doing for a while and dying doing was pointless, and B, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what I need to do to get to the Bell of Awakening around here now, and I am very unhappy that that's what I'm gonna have to do. But that's Dark Souls. If you know what you're doing, you're probably not happy. Night Soul. Like, it was very profitable going the wrong way, which is not something I can say often. Now, there's the Shadow set. It's not terrible. That, however, that right there's pretty terrible. That's a hard to spot odd drop right there, because you might think that these are closer than they appear, but the second you get just to that edge, you can tell that there's a gap. Very plain to see. Thank you, Gab. Hope you're doing well. It still remains weird to me that that message is available for, like, a 2 or 3 day span. Like, even Twitch isn't sure what day it was. Just like, you know what? It's around here somewhere. Am I on a different layer? I thought the bonfire was right here. I think it's actually just, like, right around the corner, though. I'm being pursued. Yeah, it's right over there. Hello, sir. Bonfire's there. That means I am going the right way to go back. Because unfortunately, we need to go all the way back down through all of this nonsense now to get back to where we're supposed to be, to do what we're supposed to be doing. So I suppose I should touch the bonfire and get rid of these souls before bad things happen to them. And, you know, having a full set of 5 Estus is never a bad plan. I don't have anything good for that. We have no regular Titanite. I could use it large to make my pants better, but honestly, we're probably going to be replacing those at some point. Might even replace them. No, because the shadow leggings need twinkling, so probably not doing that. Clean up all my gear. Just push the dexterity up till they match, I suppose, like I said I was gonna do. Because the fun of options. Good old options. And honestly, with how often we end up resorting to using the bow to solve problems, a bit of dexterity will never go amiss. Which, for those that didn't know, that's the main difference between the bows and crossbows, is crossbows don't have any scaling, bows do. Because after all, a crossbow, other than knowing how to aim it, is mostly point and shoot. Keyword to that being mostly, because obviously you have to be able to pull the the thing back unless it's a cranked crossbow and all of that as well. Which is why it needs strength. Gotta be able to pull that string back, otherwise the crossbow's useless. Just like a bow would also be useless if you couldn't draw it. I'm gonna get chained to death here, probably. Nope, that kick actually worked out perfectly. Really? When you came climbing down, huh? Well, he's stupid, so we're gonna not worry about him right now. Might be able to make that jump? No, get interrupted. Denied. Okay. Yeah, he's stupid. I don't need to worry about him. I'm probably gonna hit my head like I did going the other way, so let's not do that. I wanted to think about it. I don't think I'm gonna do it. I have to be quite careful going back through all of this, though. This is just gonna be raining dudes constantly. I couldn't remember where the ladder was, so I just jumped for it. They are very upset that I exist. If that ladder wasn't right there, I was gonna say I have a clever plan. Though, as it stands, yep, he figured out my clever plan. He saw through my clever ruse. No, no grab. No hug. They're too bitey. Do not want. Yeah, this is where the thing with all the spindly tendrils were. Just to make sure, yep, I can't jump up there. No shenanigans for me. As I mentioned, this has been very profitable, just not exactly the greatest expenditure of our time. Go, another rusty sword boy gone. Let's boogie before they realize too much, shall we? Oh wait, we ended up going back around to where the tube was. I went the wrong way. Hey, fuck you. Oop. Yeah, not so tough when you can't get past a ladder, are you? Idiot. Fuck you. Some games I'd feel bad about cheesing things so badly. This game, not at all. So yeah, this is where I was trying to jump up to. So this at least closes that question mark off. Which is good. Yep, he's coming with me. Come along. Yep, he's done now. He's upset that I actually wanted to let him come along. Don't you just love how you lose track of where you're supposed to be going? Dead guy. I want to go. That might be exactly what. Well, saying I want to go here might be an exaggeration. But I think this is the correct direction. Get back where we were. And as long as I'm fast, I should be able to outpace this guy enough that that's not going to be that big an issue. You know what? I'm going to try something stupid. Yeah, you know what? That was something stupid. I don't know why that ground just kills you. Probably because if you used what I was going to do there, you would just slide down to where you needed to be. You down at the bottom and you'd bypass so much. But I'm like, I have to try. Curiosity's too strong. So anyway, here we are doing this again. Sounds like the guy with the staff finally did something other than yell. Fucked up! I knew I had a wrong turn, but I'm like, maybe though? Maybe I'd get away with that idea. Maybe there'd be ground down there somewhere. Because I'm pretty confident there are shortcuts through this place. Like, you could drop off of particular bridges and get places much, much faster. Or now that we're going down instead of up. Oh, you know what? It's the dogs. The dogs are, like, breathing fire. Oh, you're on the ladder. God damn it. Now, while you make your way up, let me just have a drink, I guess. It would be so nice if I could have just kicked him off that ladder straight up. Oh, there's so many of you. Goodbye. No, that was a climb up, not a climb down. Oh, I ended up over here by accident. Well, that works. No, that's not something I wanted anyway. Bye. Don't you love when things just somehow work out? They thought they had me, and then one of them jumped off the bridge, the other one's got their legs slashed out from under them, you know. Just sometimes things just work out. Oh, that wasn't ground. I could tell it was tilted, but I'm like, oh, you know, it's probably fine. It looked flat enough. Nope. Turns out it wasn't. Fucked up. Yes, it is. That's how this place goes. I cannot get past both those dogs without getting bit. Oh, god damn it. Thanks for bouncing forward instead of staying where you landed there, game. Appreciate that. This is why we don't use death counters. Is I do stupid things like this, and this would massively inflate the death counter. Or if I used one. as I fuck around and try to get away with nonsense. Or, you know, a situation like this happens where I just get physicsed. Clearly this was the right way. It's when we go the next layer down where problems start happening. Fuck. I wish so much that I had any control the second a roll started. There's so many things I could do if I had any directional control the second the roll began. I've said it before and I will keep saying it because it is so true. Roll control would be so powerful. Which is obviously why we can't do it, but God, it would be nice. Yep, God forbid I be able to hit that. Nope. What's that? Your sword hit his ear? Nah, he doesn't care. That's not damage. You gotta hit him straight in the center of mass, otherwise it doesn't care. Just want to be back down where I was, but no. God forbid we have fast travel yet. No. That's for big people. We're not big people yet. We clearly haven't busted our ass hard enough to have that. I landed on the wrong side of you for what I wanted to do, which was just get the fuck out of here. Back here again, which is also not where I want to be, but you know what? I'll take it. At least now I know where I am. I'm gonna get camera angled. Yep. See, this is the problem with trying to take shortcuts through a place like this, is I can never remember where I am. But I don't want to sit here and just slow crawl through this place either, because there's so many fucking enemies on every ledge. It will be here for a while, sitting here chewing through them. I just would like to be back down where I am supposed to be. But no, instead you have to be punished because you got your directions wrong. This was the wrong one. This is back where we don't want to be again. I don't think there's any shortcuts I can take. Well, I'm down here now, I guess. Yeah, but see, we're on the wrong side now. There's where I'm trying to get back to, for anybody who missed that. That's where we're trying to get back to. Down there. Where we were at the beginning of the session. We have spent the last 2 hours accomplishing nothing. Well, not nothing, but practically nothing. We go back across the funny bridge for the 4th time. And that's kind of the thing, as usual, is you have to be willing to endure or enjoy repetition. Because that's what you'll be doing. Repeating things. Is especially if you've not already done it all at some point before, you are going to die. And thus, by dying, you will have to redo things. And obviously, you know, there's variation there. Sometimes the redoing is worse than others. Like, some will have to redo things more often. or do a section longer, etc. But at the end of the day, these games are built on repetition. Either because you need to grind to get souls to get stronger enough to be able to do what you need to do, like we're in that position right now, for example, or just you have to do the execution enough to make it to where you're trying to get to, or do what you need to do. Okay, good, this is the right tunnel. Fucking go, you fool. Lost track of where the fucking ladder was. The thing is, there's only a tiny piece of the ladder sticking up in these places too, so it's very easy to misplace where the ladder is. Okay, now we're back in Bugland. Can't believe I'm happy to be back in Bugland, but I am. Yeah, if you're coming in from the depths, this is the first point where you start running into the big mutant bug things. I really should have taken the cue that there was a bunch of enemies facing away from me, even back down here where the bugs were, as a clue, like, hey, you're going the wrong way. Think I can get away with hopping down this way? Go, 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 go. Doesn't matter, fucking go. Doesn't matter, fucking go. Touch bonfire, get happy. Touch bonfire, get happy. Okay. So now we're back where we started today off. And the ads are running, so I'm gonna get up for a moment again. Back in a moment. Okay, back to it. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Back to making any kind of headway here. So, based on what we've learned, I'm not really sure if we have too many great moves right now. I don't have a map I could just pull up to explain my thought process, so I'm just gonna walk out here a little bit so I can point. Yeah, of course you activated. Why wouldn't you? Gonna make pointing very annoying. Let's see. Things we've verified. We know going around the corner to the right is useless. That's where we came from. We now know going that way is also pointless, because that led back to the beginning on the other end. Going over there was just a bunch of leeches and items, presumably continuing in that direction, because it felt like we hit a wall going that way. Similar case of just leeches and items. So that really only leaves us one move down here, and that's going in there and getting through Quelaag. So, that's gonna be a whole thing. But I think that is the play, unfortunately. I think that is our only move. Unless I genuinely missed the spot for the bell somewhere up in there. Which, there is still that whole stone area we saw where there was a bunch of darters as well. That was back up that way. So there's a possibility there too, actually, thinking about it. Where that might have been something. Is there was a bunch of the red dogs and the darters and such up there. So I'm gonna go back there before we full commit to sending it against Quelaag some more. I'm not 100% sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. Big fiery spider tits. We all know who it is. Please don't roll over the side. Thank you. Is the main reason I avoided that area where the darters was because I had no solution for toxic. Now we have a bunch of stuff to deal with toxic. Specifically, I have some remedy charges as we've been using so far. I had to scratch my eye in case people are like, why did he move so weird dealing with that bug? I only had one hand to fight with, so it's like, okay, let's just block and dodge for a moment here while I get the stuff out of my eye, and then we'll deal with him. I always forget that that's a multi-attack. I think it was either over here, or it's like up one more and then over. That gets me to the place I'm talking about. God, this place is a nightmare for somebody who doesn't like heights. Because the whole place is just a rickety fucking nightmare. Like, it's a good thing that I'm not bothered by video game heights as badly. Like, if I was walking around in a place like this for real, I would have fucking just said, nope, nope, I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Yeah, this over here is, I believe, where I was talking about. Yep, here come the darts. Okay, we can actually get close enough to them, so I think we just circle around and engage the stabbing. Accept the toxic into my life a little bit here. Because it doesn't hurt too fast. Cleanse off the toxic we've got. Okay. Let the build-up wear down. I don't think... Yeah, he can shoot around that corner. I can't. He has the advantage in the positioning game at the moment. There we go. Oh, nice. He dropped a blooming moss as well. The best part is we can actually shoot these dogs from up here. Not exactly the biggest fan of shooting dogs, considering, but these are evil monster dogs, so it's acceptable. You know, once you get into jerky dogs that breathe fire, it stops being as big a no-no, I would say. Also, I now have 2 of them aggroed on me, and they can't actually finish the job. Okay, heavy soul arrow does do the job. Getting an angle at them, that's the tricky part. The more of these I get rid of from up here, the better off we'll be. And it looks like the ones I hit already have given up, so I can actually finish them off properly. Really? You're still not done? I swear. We can probably just go down there and kill them, though. Be pretty quick about it. Yeah, one of them just dies on it. Really? Really now? You just swung around me just right that none of my attacks would land, huh? Great. I wish I just didn't say things. Sometimes saying things just gets me in trouble. That's exactly one of those moments where I said a thing that was just going to immediately curse me to instant failure, and yet I said it anyway. You would think I'd know better. You would think I would know well enough that I can't have nice things when I'm playing this game. Therefore, the second I say something's going well, it's immediately going to explode. Really? Speaking of exploding. Good thing I have lots of flask charges. We actually do have a good amount of, like, regular purple moss at this point, so... When I get on the elevator, I'll just fix that. I was trying to be quick to get away from the flying bugs, so it seems like they've given up, so I guess I could just get rid of the poison now. I'm saving my remedy charges for toxic. But I'm hoping that over in that stone section is where I actually need to be, and I don't need to defeat the spider lady in order to be able to ring the bell. Because the bell's the priority. All else is secondary. Bell is my focus. Because not only is that our primary objective, but the bell does something that I would very much like to have happen, if it does what I remember it does. Which I'm pretty sure it leads to exactly what I want. Because I will phrase it this way, it will make our life a lot easier. Well, not necessarily easier, it'll make my life a lot more convenient. Let me phrase it that way, because that is more correct. The game is only going to get harder from there, but I will have something that will make my life simpler. But I forget whether you get it directly afterwards, or if there's more to getting it than that. And with all of that information, you can more than likely guess what I'm aiming to get. Okay, yeah, they stay dead, because they're gone. Okay, that's beautiful, actually. Oh, that lets me just breathe in here. Oh, that is delightful. That explains why some areas just didn't have people shooting goddamn darts at me anymore, because I'd killed them. That makes everything suddenly make sense. Which that is a thing I'll give this game credit for, is almost everything will make sense once you have the chance to get the information that will make it make sense. Like, very few things are just, oh, we just decided, lol, this is this way. No matter how much I may complain and frame it that way, I acknowledge that it genuinely is, like, predominantly intended design and thought through planning that a lot of the stuff works the way it does. Okay, yeah, he's sitting there to guard the door. Okay, so there is two of them down there. That's what fucked me up. I thought that was the same as that one. That's why I was so confused when he had gotten there so quick. I'm like, but I didn't see him move. Thankfully, because we have magic, we have the option of just sniping all of them. You could do this with a bow as well. But if you were going pure melee, you do not have this luxury. You have to go down there and suck it up. But you probably... yeah, you almost certainly could survive dropping down there, because we've done it before. So you could jump down and get an advantage that way, potentially, instead of getting caught on the ladder. This isn't even a real door. Just a lie. Unless... yeah. Yeah, there's the two guard dogs guarding the item. Already nuked those two. I love it when my timing is just right for me to get bit instead of accomplishing anything. Really? I thought only one was gonna jump, so I was gonna swat the one that was jumping. But of course they both jumped together. So I got fucked again. Hope you like this area, because we're gonna be seeing a lot of it as I keep making just small errors that get me killed again and again. Because that's just how this is gonna be. I extended my health bar purposely so that at least this would be a little more viable to get through. And I was definitely right to make that choice, because without that we would have died twice as much as we have tonight. Pretty much guaranteed. Like, you could make the argument of, oh no, you'd make better decisions because you have less health. Good fucking joke. Somebody who is smarter than I am and much more in tune with doing something like this absolutely would make better decisions with less health. I'm not that. I can do that sometimes, but judging from how that just happened, I think that'll give you all the information you need to know that no, I do not make good decisions at all times. Gonna go ahead and use Remedy there because of the fact that we know that those toxic spitters are gone. So that's less of an issue than I thought it was. What that means is when I was here to begin with, I should have just sniped them with the bow. God damn it. I don't know why I keep making the same move that keeps overshooting. Like, you would think I would learn at some point. Are they stuck? Do they just not go beyond? No, because we've had them chase me over here before. Fucking bizarro world we live in down here, I swear. Now, I think they were making their way here. They just were very slowly making their way downtown. They certainly weren't walking fast. Many angry faces definitely passed, though. They saw these fucking things. I wish I were homebound. Then I'd be leaving Blight Town. It's time again for credit where credit's due, though. I do really appreciate that the toxic darters stay dead. Like, this would be genuinely so much more awful if they lived and came back every time. Oh, this is the end of that path. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Since when was there one of those guys there? Hey, actually... Because you can aim Soul Arrow even without locking on, so in theory... It's very hard to do, obviously. This is depending on where your face is facing. Oh, I think I can't quite reach him. I think he's just out of range. Yeah, dang it. Or it's his shadow? Yeah, no, that's a shadow of one of them. Weird. Also, yeah, he's still right there, by the way, in case people were like, why is that one showing up in the camera so much? It's because he's just stuck right there. He's just being an idiot, so I was ignoring him. Because as long as you move reasonably quickly, he just genuinely can't get to you. So he's not my problem. Yeah, that has to be a shadow, right? Anyway, I hope you're excited for me to be blasting these enemies again, because we're doing it again. As demonstrated, going down there just ends poorly for us, so I will not be doing that. A bad decision. No matter how much people are like, but the content. It's like, the content is not in me redoing the same thing 50 times, no matter how much it may entertain certain specific people. And that one's already been taken care of. Shaboom. All the way back around to deal with those two. But I was more interested in getting the ones that were around the ladder because those are the priority. If I forget those, we're shafted the second we get down there and it's just over. Any other ones, we at least have a chance. So I do admit that I forgot that I couldn't get over there. specifically, because I was gonna try to get an angle at that one by going over there. But thankfully we have this angle here. Strategery. In hindsight, I don't have to fight these two fair either. This was what I realized as I was dying, like, oh yeah, I have access to this part here. I can just fight them from the high ground and fight on my terms, where they don't get to play. So what's that phrase again? That's right, fair fights are for suckers. And I try not to be a sucker. All the time, at least. Get all them souls back. I don't think we can even get this. Oh no, I think it is sticking through enough. That was well worth getting. That was well worth dying for. And yeah, see, that was absolutely just a shadow. Fortunately, it looks like this was a dead end. Is this wheel doesn't have any attachments on it, so this isn't an elevator. So that removes the only remaining side path we had to think about, though. Which is, you know, maybe a little unfortunate, just a touch. Anyway, to avoid anything bad happening, we're just gonna go ahead and do this. So I don't somehow slip off to my death or anything like that. As funny as that would be, that's the last thing we need. There we go. Now our dexterity and our strength are equal. Repair everything. We still don't have Twinkling Titanite to do too much with. So, what can I do with that information? The answer is surprisingly not much, or, well, unsurprisingly not that much. The longsword benefits from us raising our dexterity because now, since it scales C for both, it does actually still benefit from that. Right, because it doesn't show the scaling on the menu there. It shows it here and only here. I keep thinking that the number on this screen will go up, but it doesn't. That's just showing you the raw value, and then the scaling shows up afterward. So the longsword's at 153. The Astora's greatsword, I mean the Astora's straight-sword rather, is useless to us still because we have no faith. Drake Sword has no scaling, doesn't matter. Falchion is just kind of mid for us at the moment. Gaito just can't be used. Great Club can't be used. The Whip is at 108. The Short Bow has actually gotten quite the hefty bonus from us increasing our dexterity. It's at 102. Obviously, Sorcerer Catalyst, not really doing too much there. Banishment Catalyst did benefit from us raising our stats because it does actually have some stat scaling to make the damage it can do actually somewhat worthwhile. But really, at the end of the day, a lot of those stats I've distributed there don't actually amount to too much at the moment. We've got a ways to go yet before that starts to matter as much as I would like it to. There's an argument to be made for actually... brain. actually eating all of those items we have and seeing how many more levels I can pull from that. This is where this gets tricky. Because obviously we're not gonna crank our faith up. That's worthless to us, aside from that one sword. Which a sword that does magic damage wouldn't be bad to have, but we can make our swords do magic damage using magic weapon already. So there's not really a need to do that. I need to think some more about this before I make a commitment there. Now that they're evened out. As mentioned, it doesn't particularly matter for this weapon. It does matter for this, but I don't think I'm going to actually use it. If I wanted to go for making use of this to get the bleed, we would have to go up to 20 dexterity. This would need 28 strength, and it's just not happening. All of the two-handed weapons, you just set those aside. Those aren't getting used. The whip has B dexterity scaling, so in theory that could go places pretty quickly with enough dexterity. And it does have that reach advantage I was talking about. But again, it has the slow attack disadvantage. Like, let me demonstrate what I mean with that. It's not terrible, but it is fairly slow. That second swing of the heavy attack does have some clearance around you, so it's not the worst decision. Falchion, as you'd expect. Pretty typical choppy, but the heavy attack is a spin, which, again, useful potentially for clearance around you, but it would mostly be clearance to your left. So if you have a low enemy to your side, you would have to have them be on your left for it to matter. I think that is slightly faster than the longsword type, though. Yeah. So there's an advantage there in speed. And I think even at +5, the Falchion has less raw power than the longsword. And obviously it also has less durability, so that's something to consider. Now that I've raised my dexterity, is there anything in the box that I had put away that is on the table that would matter suddenly? Like, obviously the knives are not really a thing. The S-Stock is on the table, but the S-Stock's not that worth it to me. And yeah, the spears are on the table, like the winged spear, which would again be a reach option. It has the same problem as our banishment catalyst of it's a very narrow attack, and based on the power this has even after the dexterity we currently have, I'd be better served using the catalyst still at the moment. Halberd's on the table, but similar problems. Yeah. I think most of that's just in the same positions it was in before. Just not attached enough to my leg armor to keep upgrading it. Well, then again, one more upgrade and it doesn't have any more room to upgrade. I know, it does keep going. And why did the sword stop at 5? I guess armor doesn't need an ember, whereas weapons do? Is that the difference? I guess that is the difference. Huh. I didn't remember that, but I also did not upgrade my armor nearly as much as I ever should have. So that would have something to do with that. Let me get rid of some of these things that I'm not going to use while we're in this menu. Valshan is on the table. This is not probably on the table. Great Club is not on the table. Wanderer Coat might see use. I'm gonna do some number game there. Like, the black leather armor and the Wanderer Coat have very similar stat lineups. The Wanderer Coat being heavier, though. And obviously the Crimson Robe has a starting better stat lineup, but it needs Twinkling Titan. That's why the consideration is even coming into play there. And we can compare the Shadow Armor as well. See what'll benefit me the most. Though the Shadow Armor is not really on the table at the moment, considering it too needs the Twinkling Titanite. Does give better bleed and poison resist, though. But so too does the black leather armor. Everything is, of course, lighter than the Crimson Robe as well. Though we do have Curse Resist with the Crimson Robe, which is worth keeping in mind. For walking around down here, it may have been better off putting on the Shadow Guard, but at this point, since we're basically just gonna be beelining straight back to Kailog over and over again, it doesn't matter as much. Like, the fire defense might matter more, because the fire defense on the Crimson Robe is kind of poopy. So we might actually put that on just for this fight. That might be a good call. Get what fire resist we can, you know? Something I want to check. God damn it. Into the goop. I had a thought as I was engaging with that, so... How much more damage does this do with magic weapon on? Not a lot. It's like 20 more, which is a fair amount when you think about it, because it goes from 35 to 55, but not as much as I would have hoped. Like, even with magic weapon on, the Drake Sword is still stronger, was the thing I wanted to check. Of course, resistances will come into play and all of that. But the likely outcome is still that that's the better choice for us at the moment. Which kind of means that these don't matter to level at the second if I'm going to continue using the Drake Sword. At least for the current encounter. So it may be better if I just raise my intelligence further. Something I want to verify. It says right there, boost sorceries and magic weapons. So in theory, this is going to make my magic arrows do more, which is what we need. For the current circumstance of dealing with that problem over there. See, this does 70 just by default without needing any prep. That's why it's like, it's kind of hard to argue with that. Especially under the circumstances we have. Okay, so same bit we've done before. Go ahead and slog through this, accept the poison into my life, and just go nice and far to one side without triggering the other guys. Then we remedy off the poison that we have. And then we go fight the boss. poof goes the poison. Because we thankfully come out of that without having taken that much poison damage. Had a thought for a moment, like, is there something over on that side? But I don't think there is. The bright side is, when this inevitably fails, we aren't going to lose much. We only have 400 on us. Oh, I was not expecting the jump. Thankfully, it worked out in our favor, but I was not expecting the jump there. The good news is there's a bunch of attacks I can punish in Kellogg's moveset. So, that's the good news for us. I just need to not time it wrong like I almost did there. Like, we've already taken a solid chunk off, and we still have half of our shots left. Ooh, that was almost really bad, though. Oh, that went through you, huh? I guess spider butt doesn't count. Understood. I needed to get an idea of where I was relative to anything else for a moment there. This might have been greedy. Yep, it was greedy. Oh, that reached. God damn it. We were doing really well, but I misjudged where that attack was going. I thought it was going to be just short, so I just backpedaled and tried to backpedal further instead of shielding and backpedaling. I can't feel too bad about that one, but can't feel great about it either. Honestly, I don't even need to deal with those. Like, if I'm just gonna end up accepting the poison into my life anyway... Oh, right, there's one here, too. I forgot you existed. And going this way, we do end up with those on my tail more. So really, I don't think the move I've made here mattered. Don't you love it when you realize your decisions don't matter? On the bright side, I also don't really need to rush healing too badly. Because thanks to the fire resist and the amount of health we have, we don't die immediately as long as I don't take repeated hits. I suppose it matters to grab the humanity. I was about to say, I don't really need to worry about grabbing my stuff, but there is a humanity in play here. Ooh, I measured right. Okay, very good. Oh, you only did one. Uh-oh. Shield up, shield up, shield up. Okay. I may have made a terrible mistake. Okay. Balanced out. Everything's okay. Yeah, I can sneak in two when they do the spread. Oh, that ended up getting my feet. I was in a bad position, so I'm not going to risk going for two there. Switch to the smaller ones so I can sneak in more of them, though. Save the bigger ones for a little further along. Completely blanked on the fact there was even a single shot version of the spread. Oh, no. That disappeared just in time. I almost walked right back into lava again like I did the first time today. Like, those close-in spray shots would actually be a really good time to go for some chopping on my own. Okay, Drake Sword does not do remarkable damage. Okay, that's something I forgot you could do. That's why you don't want to stay close. I knew there was a reason to not want to be up in there, but I'm like, it's not seeming too bad right now. What's the catch? Oh boy. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, go ahead and spray all over the floor there. That's great. Ah, I got fucking caught on the edge of it again. That attack reaches just like a tiny little bit further than it looks like it does. Because visually it looks like it stops right in front of where I was, but it still tagged me. I keep being real greedy about my measurements there, and I need to stop being greedy. Like, that's what's gonna turn that fight around for me, is just stopping being so greedy. Like, I'm playing fast and loose about halfway through there, and that's not how you need to do that. At least this isn't a bad run back. Like, if I could slog through the mud faster, I would just take the direct route and it would be even faster. But considering we have to slog through the mud, I don't want to run straight at Dumb and Dumber over there, or I'll be the dumb one. Because they'll just crush me. It might be better if I start the fight by going for some slashing, and then switch to the soul arrows afterward. Because this did okay damage. I might be better served if I knew what Prelog was weak to, if she even has a weakness. Because, like, I presume most things have a weakness to magic or slashing or etc., which clearly her weakness is not slashing. We already demonstrated that with how the Drake Sword didn't do remarkable damage. Oh wow, that has way more reach to it than I thought. I thought hitting and then backing up would keep me safe from that move. Turns out, not so much. Yeah, like, that's a play I could make in melee range. Is just give a couple taps and then forget that the range on these puddles is, like, half a state line wider than it looks. Yeah, if you just avoid a couple sweeps, you can get a couple hits in. And I can mostly tank the blasts, honestly. The blasts aren't that scary. Like, even with the stat line I have, I can just endure those blasts. So I just get a couple heavies in when they do things like that, and then I just make sure not to be standing in bad. This is not going to be fast to do it this way, but this might be the move for us. Just, again, the don't stand in bad statement is very important to this plan. Yep, here comes explosion times. Oh no, that was a stomp. That wasn't an explosion. Things I also forgot she could do. Stomp. God, this is an alien plan for me, fighting slow like this. This like seems like the move here, because her moveset's not that dangerous unless you get greedy. Oh, she went up on the wall. Shoot a shot while there's a barrier of lava between us. You know, it's only a barrier for one of us, really, but the one it's the barrier for is the one I'm concerned about, because it's me. Okay, I was worried I was gonna slide into that a bit. Ooh, I actually got out of that one. If I wanted to really put the hurt on, I could two-hand in these moments, but I'm not confident enough in going back and forth with ideas like that. Oh, I almost got real cooked on that one. Yeah, she's getting much more aggressive now. Didn't mean to stab. That was a bad call. Didn't mean to step in lava either. Yep, we're fucked. I walked into the exact wrong spot because this is the double-edged sword you have in this fight. I feel like I have to stay locked on to keep track of where she is well enough, but I'm also running the risk of backpedaling into lava like I just did there. So, like, you're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario with the camera. Like, what I really need to do is channel my inner Monster Hunter a bit harder and just not use lock-on, probably. So I can keep a better track of my surroundings. It's like, keeping small, closed loops was working in the first half, but as she was getting more aggressive, I lost confidence in the close loops. But if I could just keep the close loops going, even in the second half of that fight, we might be able to just get away with that the whole time. It's hard to know for certain. Like, obviously, somebody who's done the fight a dozen times knows for certain, or at least much more certain than I do, but I don't have that knowledge. Though, a thought occurs to me. The longsword is close to the right damage compared to the Drake sword. Lightning is a possibility. Like, I can't use gold pine resin on the Drake sword for those that are like, why not just use it on the stronger weapon? Doesn't work that way. Magic weapons can't have things like that put on them, and even though this is pure physical, it still counts as a magic weapon because it's a dragon weapon. So that's not allowed. So, it would really depend. If K-Log is weak to lightning, it might be worth it is the extra damage from the lightning is based on the raw damage of the weapon, so it should, in theory, just on its own, put us up to the 200. And then if she's vulnerable to it, it would be much more effective. But without that knowledge, I don't think it's worth toying with that idea. So admittedly, the only way to really figure that out would be to test it or to have somebody tell me. Which information like that I would absolutely just freely allow, by the by. Enemy weaknesses, since they're not something you can really glean effectively for the most part, would be fully allowed. Okay, yeah, the heavy attack with the two hands does a lot, but not enough to be worth the risk. Yep, take a little bit of damage because my block gets broken. Fuck me, the lava! Oh, the lava again. Okay, good, you backed up a little bit. I don't know what you're doing going sideways, but I'll take it. That's an opening for me to heal right there. My damage totals might be better, actually, if I go for multiple light attacks instead of going for two heavies. It's also a safer opening to begin with. Yeah, because I get more light attacks in. There's the explosion, which guaranteed breaks my block. Yeah, I can stay under the stab, so I don't need to worry about that too much. I really thought I had to circle around harder than I do. Thanks to her increased height by being half spider, we actually get a real advantage in melee combat here. I just gotta be careful not to get pushed into an attack. Like, I always remember hearing people say K-Log's one of the... K-Log, whatever the way you want to pronounce that, is one of the easier fights in this game. And I have to assume it's purely because of exactly what's happening here, where the height is cutting off, like, half of her moveset from being relevant unless you're at range. But, you know, in a situation like this, why would I go into their attack range? That's just asking for trouble. Yeah, I was worried about that. Oh, I'm in the lava. I'm in the lava. No, 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 no. Heal up. We're almost through this. Do not fuck this up at this point, please. One more hit. And that's it. Chaos Witch has been quelled. Victory achieved. Yeah, I really should not have had that much trouble there. That was not that bad a fight, but I was fighting the wrong way. This is exactly what I mean. There are many fights in this series where if you fight them the right way, the fight is actually just trivial, more or less. But if you fight them the wrong way, you're in for a fucking ride. And just in time for the ads, too. That was actually, like, perfect overall there. But hey, we've done it. We got another 21,000 souls, and that's a big fight down. I was just checking on a ping that popped up because I got two very sudden pings back to back. I'm like, oh. Is for those wondering, I did offer up to help some of the people that are going to be in the archipelago on Thursday with setting up. I wanted to make sure it wasn't them reaching out to me like, hey, can you help me right now? Okay, yeah, this was where the Bell of Awakening was, presumably, considering the lever here. Unless this is an elevator lever. Now, this is probably an elevator leveler, isn't it? Nope. I was right the first time. Bing bong. You know, it probably would have helped if I looked up. That probably would have indicated to me, hey, there's a bell there, dum-dum. Bell's been rung. A very large door is opening. Now, that's not the thing that'll make my life easier. Not by any stretch of the imagination. That's, if anything, gonna make my life harder. But you'll notice it gave you a homeward bone for doing that. Now, admittedly, the homeward bone's not gonna take us back to Firelink Shrine. Also, welcome to an even worse place. We're not going in here right now, but I'm gonna go, you know, say hi. Go poke my head in. I think there's a bonfire around here. Is this an elevator or something? It's like an elevator. No, it's just a fancy pedestal. I think it used to be an elevator. I want to see, though, if there's a bonfire nearby in here. There's more of the crawly boys, but they're not a threat. Yes, there's a bonfire here, thank God. Welcome to the Demon Ruins, though. Population, a lot of bad. And I suppose, since we have a bonfire, I could go look around here and explain to you guys why I don't want to be here. Let's go ahead and raise strength and dexterity both by 1 for now. Because I'm still undecided there, and there's a very real possibility that raising both will actually benefit us the most. And we're going to raise our intelligence up to 20. I just need to quickly eat a consumable soul to make that happen. I think that'll be enough. Yeah, that's an 800 soul. That should be plenty. This way we can get rid of all of our souls that we're carrying so nothing bad can happen to them. And now, it doesn't matter what happens to me. All kinds of bad things can happen, and I don't have to care. Now, if I recall, this is home to what most people agree is the worst boss in this game. And boy, am I not looking forward to that scenario. Oh yeah, some of the crawly boys I think are aggressive because they're trying to get after me. I appreciate the power of their Callista, and well done on beating Bloodborne. There's no real world in which I steamroll this, but, you know, here's hoping. I think this is a dead end going down here. I don't think you're supposed to walk in the lava. I'm pretty sure the lava just kills you. I think we can't actually do too much down here, so I think I can't actually show you guys why this place is a nightmare. Welcome back from the ads, those that were in them. Welcome to the Demon Ruins. Population lava, 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 more lava. Did I mention lava? There's also all those boys out there. I mean, they're standing in the lava. Maybe I can stand in the lava, and it just hurts. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying I'm not gonna beat it. I'm just saying it's not gonna be easy. Okay, yeah, it hurts. It hurts very fast. But it's not instant death. But I don't think we're gonna be doing anything with that information right now. Let's go get that one humanity I left down there, though. But yeah, the point at the end of the day is beating Dark Souls is going to happen because I have promised that I will do it. Therefore, I will do it. By hook or by crook, this will happen. But considering it took me like 8 or so tries today to beat Kalag, and it wasn't that hard a fight because I was just doing it the wrong way, safe to say that we are going to have our work cut out for us, let's say. And yeah, I think I'm just meant to go over there because I think... Oh wait, does that fog gate go where I think it does? Well, we'll find out in a minute. That fog gate goes where I think it does. Our little adventure down here is going to be turning around very rapidly. Whee! Yeah, I needed to turn over there. Look at all that stuff down there. I really thought this was later. Like, maybe I'm going in a weird order, but I really thought that this was after a certain other very dangerous and concerning part of this game. But I suppose you can do a lot of these things in varying order as well. Okay, no, this fog gate's not the one I was worried about. This just leads into this area properly. Real quiet down here. Real quiet. One could say uncomfortably so. So yeah, get a load of that thing from a better angle. That's a whole thing. Hi, bud. How you doing? Judging from the look of you, probably not great. You gonna attack me? I forget if you are aggressive. Hi. You know what? You seem like you're being chill. I'm gonna be chill. I'm gonna go. I'ma go. I'm gonna go just take this and, You go on about your day. Looks like you're having enough problems already. I don't think I need to do anything to you. Yeah, fun fact, doing that is what sets off Ceaseless Discharge. I don't know if I have enough damage to do this in a way that isn't gonna be a problem. So turns out the damage point was out of range. So that's problem one. Problem two, yeah. I go squish. If you're wondering, yes, that was a fully expected result. I don't know if I really had that much use for grabbing this. But yeah, Witch Quelana of Izalith, Mother of Pyromancy and Daughter of Chaos. Gee, I wonder why this mattered. Great poison resist, though. Whee. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna be angry all the time now. I'm gonna go poke the bear some more. Like, this is a bad idea by all measures. Yeah, see the health bars popping up immediately and everything. So yeah, this is just go straight into combat now. So I wasn't completely wrong in my thinking of this fog gate being an issue. Just wasn't an immediate issue. Oh yeah, they can actually walk around, by the way, as you can see. They can move. Wow, I can just not even hurt you, huh? I think I'm missing something about this, and I'm just gonna stop trying now that I've lost the one humanity that I walked back in there for. We're gonna stop toying with ceaseless discharge for the time being. And yes, as you might imagine, there are a lot of people that very much had a giggle about that name. And probably will continue to do so. Yeah, I don't remember the solution to that problem, so we're just gonna not deal with that right now. But I am gonna have a walk and a half ahead of me here. Because now that we rang both bells, there are a few things that going back is gonna do for us. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Yeah, I remember there's a trick to it. I just don't remember what the trick is. Because I've only seen someone do it once, I want to say. And it has been a very long time since I saw it done. And I may very well worry about figuring that out in the future. It's just not something I need to do right now. Is for the purposes of what I want to do, I don't think I need to deal with ceaseless discharge right now. I'm pretty sure I can go get something very nice if I backtrack right now, having rung both bells. That would make sense. Like something involving ceaseless discharge not attacking if you're wearing the armor. And I was thinking about that. That's why I paused and looked at the armor. But I've just opted not to do that at the moment. Because I wasn't sure if that was going to be a thing. And I'm just much more interested in the potential reality that I'm recalling right now. And the hope that I'm right about this potential reality here. Because I believe there's a very convenient thing we can pick up now. Touch bonfire, get rid of problem. Now, our problem as it stands, though, is we're gonna have to climb back up out of Blight Town. Now, thankfully, the side of Blight Town we're gonna be climbing up out of is not that bad, and we'll actually be back at Firelink Shrine before you know it, as long as I don't do anything too stupid. Because we're going back up this way again. We're going back up through the Valley of the Drakes, back up, right back into where we need to go. Because not only did we wake that giant up that opened the door, but I'm pretty sure we woke someone else up. And that's going to be an important piece of information, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I'm pretty sure the only requirement is the 2 bells have to have been rung. And then other things will be required of us afterwards. I hope if I went the right way. And I'm dancing around this because, of course, you know, I always try to keep things relatively spoiler-free, even if I know the answer, for those who may not know the answers to things. Because I do know, as I've mentioned before, how this whole game plays out. My order of operations is scuffed because of time, as is the case with many things I do. And this one has the extra layer of, we are now past the point where I had ever gotten when I had played this before. So there's a whole other dance to that. I'm now operating under information that I've seen rather than things I have acted upon myself, which can be very different in terms of memory. I also seem to recall people talking about the fact that actually a few things in the world change when you ring both bells. There's only one thing in particular we're concerned about. And even if I'm wrong, I do want to go back to Firelink Shrine to turn in this Firekeeper soul anyway. Hi, New Londo Ruins. Bye, New Londo Ruins. I hate you. Goodbye. Almost fell for the fucking elevator again. I have fallen through this hole so many times at either end of it. This fucking elevator right here. Menace. Absolute menace. Do the dance, do the dance, do the dance, dance, dance. Yeah, if I'm right, a certain thing we were prompted about when we rang the first bell should have changed. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. That's another problem. Remember the man who was sitting here? The man I wanted to leave in his cell and send him straight to hell? Yeah. Well, so much for turning that Firekeeper soul in right now. That's a whole fucking subplot. I knew I was forgetting something involved with that. I just couldn't remember when I was supposed to deal with him to stop that. There we go. Hey, buddy. I believe you have something I want. Where do I stand to talk to you? There it is.
Ah, hello. Was it you who rang the Bell of Awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Frant, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the Bell of Awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment?
Sure.
Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
And that's the part where my memory failed me. The thing he just mentioned there, the Lord Vessel, was what I was trying to remember whether he gave it to us or if we had to go get it. We have to go get it, and that's a problem.
I am pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent?
I forget what feeding you things does. I don't think I'm gonna have too much of a use for the green titanite shard, but let me check what the item description says
Chosen
first.
undead. I remain here and await thee.
Okay, no, that does reinforce magic, divine, and fire weapons. I probably don't want to give him that. I don't think I want to give him anything, actually, then. At the moment. I think there's also something else up here of relevance. I thought it was up here. Getting my games mixed up again. Yeah, I think I'm getting my games mixed up. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's Kingseeker Frempt. He's the one we heard sleeping when we rang the first bell. Yeah, Firekeeper absent. Cannot light bonfire. The main hub bonfire is now useless to us because of losing our Firekeeper. All because of a certain gold-plated bastard. Do you actually have anything to say on this matter? Forget.
Did you ring the second bell?
Sure did.
That is incredible, I must say. But now we have a new problem. It's noisy, it snores, and its breath is lethal. This is no laughing matter, I tell you.
I mean, he's my friend, so, you know, I don't have a problem.
Damn, that's stench. And I was really beginning to like it here. Maybe it's time I do something about it.
Good luck with that idea.
Maybe it's time I do something about it.
You have fun with that idea. See how well that works out for you. But yeah, we need a new Firekeeper. That's gonna be a problem. And that really thwarts a lot of my plans. We also are now left with a question mark. Well, a couple of them, really. Specifically, the chief question mark I have is which way do I want to go from here? Because we could go see about that gate that opened. We could go back down into the demon ruins and try to solve the ceaseless discharge problem. Or we could seek a third option. Go to a whole other angle. Now, what that other angle is, I'm not 100% sure. Well, technically there's two other angles I can think of right off the top of my head, actually. One is I go suffer through the ruins down below that I hate. We could risk our life in the Valley of the Drakes. Or we go all the way back over to where the smith is, again, and we go back into Darkroot Basin. Completely forgot about that until processing back through my options in my head right now. So we are not without options. Which options actually lead forward? That's a good question. Because I'll be real with y'all. I don't remember which way leads to Anne Orlando. Like, a reasonable guess would be considering the New Londo Ruins is called the New Londo Ruins, you could expect Anor Londo to be near there. There's logic to that. I don't think it's past the Demon Ruins, specifically. I don't recall it being connected to Deeproot Basin, but that doesn't mean that that's not true. I don't think I need to go through the catacombs to get there. Which the catacombs are technically another option, but I'm not going there until I absolutely have to. Because we are not prepared for that. And particularly, I would say. Do I look it up? That's the better question. Considering we have a timetable to keep of sorts. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do myself a solid here. I'm just going to pull up a map of the connections, because I know all the names of all the areas. It's not like I'm going to spoil myself on any of the areas in particular. Though that's an interesting spelling of depths, but sure, yeah. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. On the bright side, that leads to a lot of places we want to go to. Okay, we're doing that then. Guess who's backtracking? Backtracking again. Guess who's backtracking? Backtracking again. I was pretty sure that that was the order of operations I needed to do. But a part of me was actually hoping I was wrong and I was gonna have to go through the place I didn't like, because we have to go through a different place I don't like. And it's something I've actually referenced when I was talking about a different game. From the same company. And with those two pieces of information, you probably can figure out where I'm talking about. If not, you'll know soon. Because it is definitely another well-known location in this series. I hate it here. I died to those clowns. Oh, and that's gonna cause us a whole other problem, actually. Hey, look, we're back down in Blight Town. Because we couldn't use the bonfire up there anymore. Really wishing I could go up through the depths right about now, actually. Oh, hope you like watching me walk, because we're gonna be walking quite a ways again. All because I got juggled off the goddamn cliff. Which, you know, isn't that just typical? No, I was gonna make a change, but I'm gonna wait till I land first. Because the second I get into the menus deep enough is the second that the landing was going to appear. I forgot, we don't really need the Wanderer coat anymore. We can go back to what we were wearing. Because the Wanderer coat was purely for the fire resistance for fighting the Chaos Witch, so... not really a concern. Not that it would have made a difference with the situation that just transpired. At all, particularly. But it is a little bit more defense till I settle on what I'm actually going to be working with properly, the armor-wise. Besides, red hides the blood better. My blood, their blood. Who can say which one I mean? Probably both. Nope, fuck you, flying bug. I'm too fast. I have the power of blind confidence on my side right now. We've done at least one big thing so far today. So I've got a little bit of resistance to being upset for now. Because I don't get the high point people get of having won a fight like that and all of that, but I do get some resistance for a little bit from being annoyed too much. I am so tempted to go back over here, because I'm so fucking curious. It's gonna mean running back again when this invariably goes wrong. Because considering he's up and awake, he's going to make it really hard for me to get past him. But what if there's something cool over there? I don't suppose I could just shoot you from here and get away with it. Yeah, that just passes through you, huh? Just goes right through you. Yeah, I got a lot of things to go right through me these days too, but I understand. Anyway, coming through. Missed. You do anything else? No, you're just a hazard, huh? You're just a hazard? Okay. That's nowhere near as bad as I thought, then. I thought he was gonna turn and pursue and all kinds of awful things. That seems like a problem. That right there. That looks like a problem. Hi. Oh, you have lightning breath, huh? That's cool. You also take, like, no damage from me, so goodbye. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Don't want to get blasted. I want that, though. I don't know what that is, but I want that. Woo! Oh, the brigand set. What do you know? I'm gonna assume I can't open this door right now. Yeah, because it's not open. Oh, there is entirely too many of you now. So yeah, I took a wrong turn. But hey, if you wanted a spider shield, which, you know, that's a thing. It has resistance to poison. Got that, and we also got the brigand hood and all that. But we could have started with that if we really wanted to. Okay, we also have the clothes off the firekeeper, which is a whole thing. So yeah, that backfired as expected. Not in the exact way I expected, but it was expected that that was going to go wrong. I forgot that there was a bunch of, like, well, I assume those are drakes. Small ones. As opposed to the big red one whose tail we turned into a sword. Or maybe there's something else. I don't know. Not like we have a bestiary to work off of. Yes, yes, bug, 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 bug. Away. Yeah, let the record show that blind confidence only helps up to a point. And based on the no damage I was doing to those things, I'm less interested in sticking my nose where it doesn't belong for the moment. Is a world in which I cannot harm my enemies, not really somewhere I want to be. It's like, it's one thing to do negligible damage to a boss. It's a whole other to have a regular enemy, of which you saw there's a lot of, just shrug our attacks off completely and just go, yep, that's cool. Like, these big guys also shrug our attacks off pretty well, but there's at least only a handful of them here in Blight Town, instead of every enemy being that quality. So we're gonna go back and go the way we're supposed to. And I seem to recall we can get a replacement for the firekeeper we lost, but I don't remember how. I also swear I remember talking to somebody inside a wall that looks like that. So I keep coming back and looking at these walls like, isn't there somebody here? Just checking around to make sure. This is pretty easy to miss. I seem to recall it's like only just like a couple bricks missing out one of these walls. That shows you that there's somebody to talk to. But it may be like out there somewhere for all I know. And I just remember it being in this vicinity, so I'm thinking it's early on in here. Yeah, of course, let this also stand as proof that not everybody has the same benefit we do of just rising again and again. Even if we have the risk of going hollow, we at the very least are theoretically immortal. Not everyone has that privilege or that curse, depending on how you want to look at that. Go ahead and solve this the old-fashioned way, since they wanted to be a bunch of bastards when we were here just a few minutes back. At least our basic magic has enough damage to just kill these guys outright now. Because we have gained a little bit more power. I think if we go to the lower area over there, it's technically closer, but it's more of a pain, so I'm gonna go the longer way. I'm not 100% sure if what I'm saying there is true either way. So we may as well just go the way we know. Is there anything I want to buy in the shop? I don't think the shop changes at all or anything, so I don't think there's anything of merit in his shop. I could go kill him for his weapon, but I just don't care enough. Because even if we do end up going harder into dexterity, it's not going to be the weapon I end up using most likely, so it doesn't really matter. I should have locked on. That would have made that much smoother. Yeah, just a bit more backtracking. We're almost there. Remember that sound? Remember this old boy? Guy we got the sword from? Yeah, he's still around. He's still hanging out. Probably should do something about him at some point. Get the rest of the stuff that's up there. For the moment, though, that's not our problem. Technically, it could be our problem if it wanted to make it our problem. But not interested in that at the moment. So I forget what's past him. But I don't recall it being too much. Like, there are a couple items in the structure behind him, I do believe. And obviously the couple things he's guarding on the bridge there itself. So I don't recall the things on the bridge being anything that exciting, at least not for our setup. Do I feel brave enough to fight a Black Knight at this point? Because we do have that Black Knight that's nearby here that I could try to take on while we're here, too. It's just right up there. Let's not say we did. And for the time being. I've already got a long enough walk ahead of me that I've already made longer. Yes, yes, twang, twang. Missed. You're wondering, yes, I clanged off his shield the first time on purpose. Because I figured it would bait him into taking a swing. That was less on purpose, but it worked out. That second one was just me being stupid, thinking I could get away with that. Because these guys are still no slouch, especially the stabby ones, because they've got a reach advantage on me. Like, they've got that lovely combination of speed and reach. Hey, look, it's the place where I randomly just kind of slid and fell and had my souls vanish into the ether. Remember when we were here? Remember when I lost power when we were here? Yeah, that was a whole thing. What a time to be alive. I think I'm going not quite the right way to go where I'm trying to go. But we may as well stop off here while we're up and about. Thought the gate was around here. Oh. Yeah, it is. It's right there. Okay, I was right. Forgot that there's multiple floors to this room and multiple things connected to said floors.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Like, we could pick up some more Titanite shards. The Crest of Artorias is something we do want at some point. Hey, we do have the stats for the Bastard Sword now. It's a shame that it's treated as a great sword. Though it is at a point where we could use it one-handed. Oh, but that's all of our money right now, though. I do like a good Bastard Sword, but I do not think that that is something we want too much right now. I think I will just grab the Titanite shards for the future. We could do all of this ourselves, but, you know, why not have him do it for us while we're here? Okay, the gold trimmed stuff's not even an option in here. That's what I wanted to look at. Like, is that even a thing I could do? I was assuming it was gonna be like a twinkling Titanite situation, but no. It's just a no-go at all.
Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Just a reminder, over by Darkroot Basin, still got that thing there. Still hanging around. He's still there. Just in case anyone was wondering, he's still there. Still gonna be there for a while. You'll notice our friend is absent. Presumably he's already gone inside when the door opened. Welcome to Sen's Fortress. Population a lot of fuckery. And serpent men. Which is why I referenced this place when I went into the place full of serpent men. I believe it was Kingsfield 4. Oh wow, you hit me when I was behind you, huh? And then your friend, of course, capitalized on that. Take note of how strong those serpent men are, by the way. Drakesword was just kind of tickling them. So we still have the enemies are very powerful problem. Regardless. So, that's gonna be a thing. I forgot that there was a trap literally as soon as you walk through the door, and there was 2 of them. Yeah. Thankfully, as you see there, the bolts can hit them. You can use the traps in Sen's Fortress to your advantage some of the time. And as you can see as well, magic still works. It's just our physical attacks that are not exactly effective. Oh, that's not the spell I wanted. Guess who forgot he still had Remedy equipped? I forgot you swing twice. Okay. Enough screwing around with you then. Since you're just gonna backpedal anyway. Goodbye. Now they're worth a good chunk. You'll notice I'm getting 500 each. They're worth their weight somewhat. They're very worthwhile once you get strong enough you can just chew through them. Gonna be a bit before we're that strong. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Yeah, doesn't this armor look familiar? Sure, there's nothing to worry about there. So, yeah. Hope you like traps. Because that's what Sen's Fortress is all about. Just gonna push past you, don't mind me. Gotta go. This way I don't just get lightning to death. Not to mention, I don't think he can fit through that door. For some reason. Like, he's definitely not too big to fit through the door, but he just doesn't fit for some reason. This guy's an issue. So I don't think I can lock onto him from here. Do I have a shield with better lightning resistance than this one? The Eagle Shield's actually got really good lightning resist. This is why I'm hanging on to a few shields. Is because sometimes you need one that's got better resistances. The big problem this guy's gonna cause for me is he's gonna push me back into a blade if I'm not careful. Like, I could try to pressure my way forward, but those blades are nasty. Like, the ones that are swinging and the ones he's holding are very hazardous to my health. I'm probably best served just taking the slow approach here and just magicking them down. And then running! He didn't start sprinting, so that almost went really badly. Not a mimic. Okay. Couple light arch titanite shards. Not as exciting as I would like it to be, but its progress is the more important part. I forget if there's fuckery about this bridge. Because thankfully not everything is a trap. But there's a lot of traps in here. Thanks for demonstrating the boulder there, buddy. Appreciate it. Alright, there's one just chilling there. Look at him just leaning against the wall like a cool guy. You know, you could just keep doing that. Boulder. A big fucking boulder, too. Let's go this way first. Yep, because that's what I remembered. Dead snake men? Not so dead friend.
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid views, I tell you. Ah, so you see my plight. Yes, indeed. I've run up against a wall, or a ball, to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be out running those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development.
Yeah, in order for him to be able to proceed, we need to do something about the bowl.
Try some rolling.
Ball.
Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
And yeah, he's not so good at the whole rolling thing, which is why he opts for such heavy armor. Speaking of, we should put this eagle shield away. It weighed us down enough we were heavy rolling, and I don't want that. We danced close enough to the sun as far as that goes to begin with. I don't want to be getting too heavy. Like, more power to those who can make the heavy rolling and such work by just being a ball of armor. I ain't that. I think there's enough time that we can sprint up there. Because there's another safety point right here. Well, I say safety point. It's relative safety. Notice the machine noises? I think I'm safe if I stay right here. Oh, except you have a grab move, huh? Ow. Well, that didn't kill me, so you know what? That's fine. Let me through. There we go. Another snake bites the dust. Hey, there's a lot of armor stands in here. Mimic? No. Ring of Steel Protection. Our first ring that we'll actually be putting on. Boost defense versus physical attacks. This ring once belonged to Night King Rendell. It grants its wearer protection by boosting defense against physical attacks. Of the many legends surrounding Night King Rendell, one of the more well-known speaks of his standing down a giant drake and slashing it to pieces. Rude. But you know what? At least it comes back to serving me. But yeah, you'll notice this is unfortunately a dead end. We gotta go through that fog gate if we want to go anywhere. I for some reason thought there was a way to turn the rocks off here, but I think it's on the other side of the fog gate that we solve this problem. I believe we have to shut the fortress down before that one stops, since that wasn't the answer. There goes the boulder. There's an elevator right there that takes the boulder back up after it goes through. Or it's a new boulder. I don't actually know if it's a new one or the same one, just recycling. There's also a trap right here. Okay, looks like I can't trigger the trap again. I was gonna just keep shooting him with the trap. It is kind of odd that these snake men are here in Sen's fortress, because they're so fucking big. Like, they barely fit in this place. Like, they're more than welcome to be wherever they wish. But it's mildly odd to me that something so tall is in a place where the doors definitely are not made for them. Pretty sure there are more boulders gonna be rolling about. There's also that guy. Yep, there's a boulder. Okay, we lived, though. Up, please. Run. Yeah, there's the hole where the boulder goes. I need to get here. Okay. And we also led the enemy into the boulder, which was part of the point. This is in an odd spot. Our first mimic. These fucking gangly weirdos. Thankfully, I can just kind of stay behind him for the most part. Just ankle bite him to death. Do not let that grab get you. That grab is devastating. Ooh, that kick almost got me real good. There we go. First mimic encountered, first mimic down. And we get the lightning spear for that. Now the ads are running, though, so I'm gonna go ahead and just cower in this corner until ads stop, because I'm gonna get up and do a couple things. I might die, and you know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I was a little late this time. But welcome back from the ads. Back to it we go. My goal is to just get to a bonfire here, because I think we might be wrapping up before too awful much longer. Now, take note of the blood on this. I'm pretty sure we don't want to ride this all the way up. So I believe, yeah, it takes you an extra step up and then crushes you against the spikes. Because again, Sen's Fortress is full of traps. The whole place is just littered with them. Also a bit of a maze, but not like horrendously so for the most part, from what I remember. There's some mechanisms up here, and I don't see anything falling. I think this is where I deactivate them too, isn't it? Or at the very least where I can change things. Yeah, now the ball goes that way, which is where we just came from, isn't it? Yeah, because this is where the ball was rolling before. Because it would fall down here and then go down to where Sigmund is. We can't actually conveniently reach him right now, though. So we can't go tell him. Where the hell are you going? We could also send the ball this way, but we have no reason to do that. In fact, isn't this where we ran up? Yeah, because there's the one that was throwing lightning at me. You're either going to fall off or you're going to die. One of the two. And I'm fine with either result, really. There you go. A lot of soul arrows for that, but I didn't want to fight him on this platform. Large soul of Proud Knight. It also gets us access to wherever this leads us. Somebody busted through here. Oh, one thing y'all that were in the ads missed is we fought our first Mimic. Unfortunately, it caught me as the ads started, so I didn't have a choice but to fight that before the ads played out, because this game doesn't really pause, so... Really? This isn't a illusory wall? Huh. Plus maybe I need to hit it repeatedly. This really feels fake. But I'm pretty sure it would have popped by now. Like, I think there are some that take a couple hits, but that one, I don't think any of them would ever take that many hits. No, there's the other sorcery stuff, the black sorcerer garb, which is just the secret stuff. Ninja sorcerers, which Hush makes our steps silent, so I could run up on things and backstab them. This loops back around to that door I was looking at, I'm pretty sure. There's where the elevator was. Okay. Oh, a note on the whole illusory wall thing. I am 90% sure I've missed a couple as we've gone along, since we haven't found any. 90% sure I've missed at least one. Well, you know what? Nothing for it. Go for it. What? No, this doesn't seem horrendous. This, if anything, seems like a good place to have gone. Because it's not where we're expected to be, so we're not in trap hell. Just keeping an eye on my back for enemies. Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring. That sounds like something we want. Wearer produces no sound whatsoever. Never mind, that's not the one I wanted, but this is very useful. Don't mind the orbs around our feet. That's just like little areas of silence. Us hitting things still makes noise, but we now have soundless steps, which is great for avoiding enemies alerting to you when you don't want them to. So we can be all sneaky-like. I like the echo in here. I don't think this is a great idea, but I think this is something I can do. And that down there is why I don't think this is a great idea. I am unfortunately really low on spells. The smarter thing to do would have been to stay in a position where I could plunging attack him, because plunging attacks do a lot of damage. Okay, no, that does a decent amount. We might actually have enough to do this. Hey, Dragon Dispatcher, how you doing? Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Oh, thank you for the raid as well, as it turns out. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to me slowly working my way through Dark Souls. We're currently in Sen's Fortress, which is awful. Ah, nice. I was gonna say, well, what were you up to? And there we go. That answers that. Oh yeah, the Black Orb lets me go chase after the one I need to deal with for that. We'll deal with that in a bit. Yeah, we're going along pretty well here, but if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself is always the first priority. I'm just currently working out how to deal with the problem below us here without having to fight it. Thankfully, this is what I keep a stock of surprises in my back pocket for. Yeah, that makes sense. Gotta clean up all the loose ends. Yep, I was worried I was fucking up by doing that, but we're down here now. Now, these things are very powerful, which is why I didn't want to have to go toe-to-toe with it. We're also very slow in the muck down here, so that's the other problem. Got him. This is why I lowered his health so much, because otherwise I would not have won that. Demon Titanite, though. And a scythe. Isn't that fun? I don't think I can use that scythe. No, actually I can. I'm not used to having both of these stats. So I'll show that off for a second. It's a little slow, as they warned you, but you do get a fun spin move, so that's cool. Definitely not going to be using that long term, because my timing is nowhere near good enough for that. Oh yeah, we also have this lightning spear, which that might actually get used because lightning damage is pretty good. And it's a potent weapon. Like, it has no scaling. It's much like Drake's Sword in that you have no long-term benefits from it, but short-term benefits are pretty good. So we'll work with that for a little bit. I just gotta be careful because I have no healing charges left. The bottle's empty. Sad days are here. Oh, speaking of sad days are here, I didn't realize there was a second demon down here. Oh, I think I am up the creek without a paddle then. Huh. So I'm out of spells, out of heals, and out of second chances. Well, I do have one trick up my sleeve. Just nom a little bit of humanity to get my health back. And in theory, we could scoot past the Titanite demon that's over here. Because we do have silent steps. Just gotta be quick. Oh, right, there's another one. And another one down here. Yeah, we're dead. And that's probably 7,000 souls I ain't getting back. I should have just homeward boned out of here. The problem is, we didn't find a bonfire anywhere in Sen's Fortress. So that's a problem. Because that kicks us all the way back out here. That is a very, very big problem. Based on the scenario we're dealing with here, though, I'm going to do a thing right quick. That's just how it goes. That's how this game is. There are points where you're just going to be up a creek without a paddle. And I should have accepted the position I was in. We're gonna go ahead and eat one of these double humanities. Spend one becoming unhollow, and then we're gonna spend the other to get twice as many flasks for getting through this section. This is why I keep them all in my back pocket, because there's definitely times where we're gonna need them. And 5 flasks when I don't know where I'm going ain't enough. Alright, round 2. Let's see if lightning is at all effective against the snake men. If it isn't, we'll go back to the Drake Sword. If it is, though, that'll be very helpful. Hello, sir. Face me in combat, coward. No, that does okay. Basically just a cattle prod. So yeah, getting back past the snake men's not gonna be nearly so bad then. Zit, zit. Ow. Blocked it. Nah, 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 nah. Absolutely. Thank you again. Go make sure to get some good food. And hopefully everything for the AP world will behave itself. Yeah, no, I can't squeeze my way around the side there. That, I think, is another one I'd have to jump for. Yeah, just gotta make sure to update, basically. I did not mean to do the jump attack, and, well, Yeah, remember how I said those 7,000 souls are gone? They're very gone now. Because I did one bad bit of timing. I expected him to do a wide swing after the stab. He decided to do a second stab. I saw him start it, too, when I did that. And that's the thing that I'm just like, oh, why? Why did I do this to myself? Yeah, the raid and run thing goes for anybody that came in off of that raid as well. If you gotta go do anything, by all means, take care of yourselves. That is always priority one. More than likely, I ain't gonna be leaving in this dungeon anytime quick. Oof. Especially with activity like that. Okay, I got the one in the back. That's what I wanted. Ow. Gotta stop catching blades with my forehead. So you have that low a sweep there, huh? You actually reached that low. Okay. I thought he was gonna swing over my head. In case people are like, why'd you just stand there and take that hit? That looked like it was gonna clear me, but I misjudged how low he goes. Also, still very not used to the spear, still. But it is definitely the right damage type for this area. Booga, 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 booga. Come get me. Oh no, they're gonna get me. Ah. Oh, you both stepped to the side this time, huh? It's very odd that that set of stairs I can manage to hit them in the ankles on and not get slapped for it. And yet the other one, the one we were just on, is not right for it. There we go. Not exactly smooth or clean, but we still have 3 more flasks than we had when we went here before. So it should turn out better still. We'll see. At least I don't have to worry about the boulders once I get past this part. Because the boulders are going in a different direction right now. Blessing and curse, though that may be. God damn it. Now you see why I went around this guy the first time. Why we're gonna do exactly that again. Is fighting on these bridges is sucker's task. Not a good call. Now this fellow, once again, is gonna be a bit of an issue. Right, wrong shield. Gotta remember, no more rolling because I am now too heavy to roll. And I know it would take less shots with heavy soul arrow, but timing it between the blades would be harder. Case in point, things like that would happen and then I get lightninged. We almost had it perfect. Okay, that's some of the worst parts of what we have to do to get back to where we were done now. Oh yeah, we can also let our buddy know that it's safe. So he may have moved on already. Bunch of enemies just got crushed. Oh, there's a snake man down here now. Oh, there's a couple snake men down here. The 2 that he would normally kill, I suppose. Well, never mind. I guess he's not there to find out. He's already moved on without us. What a great friend he is, eh? There is, however... Oh, that's higher up. Well, I landed where these two clowns are. Oh! Ah, my health bar. I used to have one of them, you know. Gotta go! Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. Especially with where we're going, it doesn't matter if I get any souls. Gotta go. Want nothing to do with him. Do. Gotta run away. There we go. That's where the item is. Oh, hi. That's very unfortunate for you and for me, because you have that grab move that I forgot about. Ah. If he had landed anywhere but blocking the path out, that would have been ideal. Yeah, as long as you update the stuff that you need to, you should be totally fine as far as the AP World stuff goes. That is a good dexterity weapon. I believe that is usually treated as like a... no, maybe it's not a direct upgrade from the Falchion, because the scaling's actually worse. Never mind. Oh, but it does evade shield damage to sneak in damage, so I guess shield blocks get avoided by it. Yeah, you know, that might have value, since we do frequently bounce off shields. There's an argument to be made in favor of that. Did I just see a boulder come out of there? Yeah, it sure did. Didn't even realize you see them come out. But I suppose ordinarily you wouldn't see them come out because they wouldn't be going that direction yet. That's for after you've been through here the first time. Or at the very least, at least partially been through here the first time. You're just still going, huh? I'm gonna stab you in the foot. What you gonna do about it, huh? Cutting your market value. What you gonna do? Ow. There we go. 2 fried snakes. Which people say snake tastes good. I can't recall if I've had snake at all as far as meat goes or not. 'Cause I remember ordering like this weird set of jerky that was a bunch of unusual meats. Like I forget what all was in there. I think elk was one of them. It was either gator or snake was in there too. And that's what leaves me a little uncertain on that one. Like, there was just a bunch of odd ones. And I'll be real with you, I couldn't tell too much of a difference between them. I also am not sure, though, if that was a scam or not. That easily could have just been like, oh yeah, we're gonna just package up these meats and say there's something else because people aren't gonna be able to tell the difference. That would be an entire possibility. I did that thing again where I try to heal in front of him, thinking I can get away with it. He couldn't stand what he did, he jumped off. Back to Sen's Fortress. Come on. Let's see if we can bait them further over this time. There we go. Just shoot one of them in the back straight away. Use the lunge range to my advantage, though. That was supposed to not be getting me hit too, but you know. You can't always get what you want. So, man, do I wish I got what I need sometimes. With me. This man is not what I need, but he's coming with me, apparently. I have a thought. It's a thought I had when I came in here literally the first time, but I'm like, nah, it'll be fine. Can I get an arrow past all the blades to hit him? Yep, there we go. And now he should walk the path of blades himself. So after all, you would think they'd know better, but they don't. No, sir, they don't. It's the little things sometimes, you know? It's the little things. Of course, now that I've done that, now is the time where I'm gonna misjudge a step and get sliced. And it's gonna be such karma. Or, you know, I'll get lightninged into it. And I landed right where he died, too. I hate being right. 'Cause I would love to say that I did that on purpose for the bit. That genuinely just happened. Without my intervention to cause it at all. Awful. I should have checked to see if I could get an angle at the caster as well, because I might be able to bait the caster to their death too. That would have been the smarter move. What can I say? I'm only so smart. I'm not, like, smart. Just kind of smart. Sometimes smart. I really keep thinking that I can get an extra hit in there when they get staggered. Really don't stay staggered for long, though. There we go. Also, not sure where my souls will have dropped. That's gonna make life interesting. If I had room for a third weapon set, ooh, I would do so many things. At least they were nice enough to put it in between blades instead of putting it under a blade to be funny. And yeah, we absolutely have a shot on the lightning launcher. We do only have so much ammo left, though. The thing is, they might not take the bait the same way that the melee guys do. Because they're probably just going to keep trying to hurl spells at us without moving. I would need a supply of better arrows to make this particularly viable. Either way, let's go agitate the melee guy again. Should just center up instead of screwing around trying to be fancy. Especially since apparently my arrows are pulling to the right. Along. So you didn't just make it right through. There he goes. Also, yeah, I was aiming way high. I was shooting for where the next tier was instead of where that guy was standing. lucky. Okay. That's not the button I wanted. Okay, that's not a fake wall either. Just making sure there wasn't any of those down here. Don't mind me. Where do they interact with to activate a fake wall in this one? I thought they were hit them to activate them, but I'm just double checking. I seem to recall that it goes back and forth between the two concepts. Like, some of these it's interact, some of these it's hit them. Honestly, at this rate, just let me through. Eat ballista bolts, you bastard. Anyway, that's the easier solution to that problem. As I said before, use their own traps against them. Yeah, that's where the boulder's going now, huh? We never did go this way, and I think this actually broke the wall. Oh, I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake. Oh, you! I need you. Ah! I need to rotate the thing again. God damn it. Of course I noticed at the worst possible time. Again, I wish that was a bit, but no, I just had two separate parts of brain fire off. And, they were in disagreement in that moment. So I've got a bit of a headache, so give me a sec. Do something about it. That should help a little bit. Was hoping to actually hit both of them a little bit that time and see how that played out. But, you know. At least we still killed one of them. Mutually assured missing. Yay! Ow. You were supposed to miss. Okay, we need to get all the way back to the trap rotator. Actually, a thought occurs to me. Hold that thought. A thing I can do has just clicked in my brain. Specifically, I can go buy arrows since we have money right now. It would be wise to do so. What I was just complaining about the arrows that I was using being bad. Went the wrong way, though. He's down one, not up two. Remember, don't accidentally stab this man. Stabbing this man would be bad for me.
You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
So we don't super need him anymore. Like, we primarily need him to get the Artorias crest at this point, since we do have all of the other things he would offer in the form of boxes and things like that. We also, I think, wouldn't be able to do some of the things he can do Like the modifying and everything, we don't have the means of doing that yet. We do lose range with the large arrows. I think we'll just go standard arrows. Call it good. There we go, 89 standard arrows.
Get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
It's happened before and it'll happen again, old man. It's fine. Certainly done worse. Let me go ahead and just swap those arrows out. We'll use those 11 wooden arrows for emergencies. The theoretical idea is going to be I'm just going to try to shoot the caster from down here to save us, ending up getting popped on the way across. Is with better arrows, we should be able to actually make some headway there, but first we'll get rid of the swordsman again, the same way we've been doing. Oh, he's not even there right now, is he? See him. He's not in position. Huh. Isn't that odd? Even with better arrows, these do no damage to the snake men, so this was pointless to have bought. Oh well. At least I can say I tried. I don't see a snake man at the end of the path there. Which is weird. Where'd he go? Also, the sound's starting to be weird. Yeah, see, he ain't home. It's very bizarre to me. I'm not too upset about that, but he must have, like, walked off or something while I was off buying arrows. Huh. I hit the wrong button, but it worked. Just push him right on off and move on with my life. That was supposed to be a poke, but I hit the wrong shoulder button. And of course we get the free souls from that guy getting crushed. Now I could be greedy. I could run down there and try to have that conversation and as it is, but let's not do that. That's a fool's errand yet again. We don't even need to deal with the caster up there. We just need to go this way. I have the wrong thing in my hand. I shouldn't really be using the big shield still, but it does the job. If you're gonna backstep, I'm just gonna heal then. That's on you, buddy. And P.S. There was somebody who wanted to do a funny, and he got shot in the face for his efforts. Okay, yeah, this boulder is an issue. You get a solid amount of time. I want to say it's down that I wanted to go, but might find out I'm wrong. I think this is where we were. Yeah, because this is where I fought the Mimic. There's the elevator. I remember things sometimes. Only sometimes. Wish it was all the time. Wish I could forget other things, but you know, that's how life is. Oh, hi, you're still here, huh? Bye. Have fun with the boulder. Oh, right, there's no boulder here anymore. Awkward. Hi. Ow. No one said you could bite me. And if anybody told you that, they were lying to you. Goodbye. I just kind of made a special point with him. You know, I think I missed my exit, though. I didn't mean to end up here. I got my wires crossed. This is leading back to Titanite Demon Hell, which is not where I wanted to be. I wanted to be where the button was. This is not where the button was. So, it's time for a bad idea. Just gonna line this up. Ow. Anyway, just gonna loop back around. Ideally, not pay for my sins. Okay. So anyway, we're back here again. Which this guy... Oh, yeah, I think this one was the one that got shot in the face. He followed me around and then paid for his sin of stalking me. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. I wondered where the caster came from. I'm like, there wasn't one that's supposed to appear behind you there. We already did this. I think I need to go up. Means I should wait for the boulder to pass. And boogie. Go, 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 go. I think this is where I went wrong. Yep, because the boulder is right there. You know, in hindsight, that made sense, because you gotta go where the boulder came from. Bushwheel? In fact, I think this one just makes it inert, doesn't it? Mostly? Because it just shoots out that way now. Yeah, it just rolls out and does nothing. Okay. That's actually ideal. That's where that path is. Wait, no, this is back where we came from. I think we want to go this way? Because this leads down to where we had died previously? Yes, it does. And now we can actually have a conversation with the gentleman in the cage here. And go grab the item and everything.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
Hi, Big Hat Logan. We are going to set you free. Especially because you're willing to give me sorcery. But, oh yeah, Master Key opens this. I forgot. I was gonna say I need to go find the key, but, Master Key.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved. And I'd love to resume my travels. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Farley Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery.
That is going to be a huge boon to us, because he's got some of the best sorceries we're going to be able to get.
Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young one.
Yeah, coming from the guy who was stuck in a cage, I'm sure you're totally going to be fine. Nothing bad's going to happen to you at any other point in time at all. I wanted to edge close enough to grab it, but I thought about it for a second more. I'm like, let's not somehow fall in between the ledge and the cage, shall we? That would be very embarrassing. Okay, but that's one of the biggest things for us in particular that's in here, is getting Logan out. We obviously need to still progress through here, but that's very big for us. It's also so quiet here now that the boulders are just getting yeeted off. Like, it's kind of unnervingly quiet in here now. I would almost rather still hear the boulders clattering around. But the problem at hand is I think now all I have left to do is go do the Titanite demon bit. Oh, you're kind of mashed into the wall now, huh? That's a shame for you, buddy. Oh, the boulder's still here. Wait, why is the boulder here? That's not the direction the boulder should be going. What? Did it reset? Hold up. That's not supposed to be the case. The fuck? Is there... That's supposed to be going that way. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. Let's just fix that again, shall we? That's really weird, though, because... with that having rotated... as I walk in front of it like an idiot... that should have hit me while I was fetching Logan. Oh, that's where the traps are. Okay. I thought they were behind me, so I was just gonna run for it. Forgetting that that's the direction that the arrows were facing. But we're fine. There's this direction that I forgot about, so we might be able to actually get to a bonfire yet. Oh, okay. I thought about pausing part way there, then I looked at the layout of the blades. I'm like, pausing's a bad idea. You may notice an interesting similarity between this place and the Undead Asylum in some ways as well. Fine. I really thought I was gonna get away with that. Don't know why I thought I was gonna get away with that, but you know, sometimes I get real weird ideas in my head. Got away with that though. Oh, there's blade swinging here, huh? This could easily end up being nothing but a shame. Yep, nothing but a shame. At least I took one of them with me. I made mistakes. That was poor life choices in action right there before my eyes. You know what, though? With Logan back at the Firelink Shrine, I think I'm much more interested in suddenly turning around and going home. Because if I don't touch any of the bonfires on the way, I can just warp right back here. I don't really have too much reason to touch other bonfires at this point. I'll have to eat some of my stock of consumable souls, plus or minus killing these guys on the way. You know, if I don't just get destroyed for some reason by basic bitch enemies here. Is this crossbow hitting me in the ass was an issue. Thankfully, we can avoid the big pile of boulders by going this way. And with soundless steps, I'm pretty sure I could just trot right up to this guy and jam this spear right up his ass. Like this. Wasn't quite a sneak attack, but you know what? Worked out. This spits us out right on the side here of the area we want to go down from. Would be a fairly hefty walk back, but I'm tempted to fight the Black Knight with the lightning spear. Also did that just because fuck this guy. Didn't have to, but you know what? He deserves it. Sometimes you just know that they deserve a stabbing in the back. Speaking of guys who deserve a stabbing. Fuck you, and fuck you. Thanks for the Titanite shard. Also, fuck you. Totally not spiteful over things that had happened when we were here previously at all or anything, no. Why would you think a thing like that? That's crazy talk. Thinking that I would be spiteful about anything. No. That's not me. That's never me. This is a trustworthy face, isn't it? Trust the guy who goes around stabbing all of his enemies in the back. Who else can you trust? So this is so upsetting that this gate is right here and the bonfire is just right there. Right fucking there. Eerie silence returns. Just alone with our thoughts? Isn't that great? Hi, Mr. Black Knight. I'll be honest, kind of autopiloted up here. I think this is not a good idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I love that that backstab didn't backstab. Or are these unbackstabbable? I don't remember. Note that the spear is actually working. The spear does actually do reasonable damage to the Black Knight. Because I believe they actually are, like, genuinely weak to lightning. Oh, I'm gonna get comboed, huh? Ah! You swung too early. Fuck you. I'm gonna hide down here and heal. Na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na. Hey, hey, hey. Fuck you. Black Knight Greatsword get. Not gonna use it, but we have it. And, more importantly, vengeance achieved. I wish I could say I planned that timing with the backstab, by the way, but that was purely luck on that one. Hello, Ratty. Die. I'm not gonna stop for the ads, by the way, because we're going back to places we've already been. So, y'all aren't gonna miss anything particularly relevant. At most, you might miss me dying in some stupid fashion somewhere along the way. Or being tempted to shoot a dragon. I don't know if I have enough damage with this idea, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta try. This is only 23. be here for a bit, but you know what? This is a valid thing to do during ads, actually. Is shoot this dragon in the ass repeatedly to make him go away. If there was a spot to actually stand to shoot magic at him, I would absolutely do so. But I don't think there's a safe spot to shoot magic at him from. And if you're wondering if this was part of why I grabbed a bunch of these arrows, yes, this was one of the ideas I was thinking about. So it's really looking like I might be better off waiting some more before I do this. Is at 23 a hit, it's gonna be a bit before he dies. Like, this is one of those things that... not really the move to do right now. Yeah, no, I think I'm not doing enough damage here. Unless I can get an angle at his head. If I come around this side, I might be able to get a better shot. Sure not to fall off like a jackass. And that's only doing 18. Actually, hang on. Wait a tick, I have an idea. There are many angles you can possibly take in life. Aha! Bing! I was greedy trying to go for the double. There we go. There's the double. It's a real shame to be shooting down on a relative, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta do that. Also, wow, that health bar has not really moved that much still. This might still not be enough arrows for this idea. But I'm pretty confident the headshots are doing more. Plus or minus the arrows I'm wasting missing the second shot at the head. I recommend if you're gonna do something goofy like this, upgrade your bow at the very minimum before doing something like this. Don't be like me and be stingy. Yeah, no, I think its health bar is coming back? Because its health has not really moved in an appreciable way throughout all of that. So I'm going to stop fucking around with that idea for the time being. I know it can be done. I've seen it happen. I have done it once upon a time. But that may also be one of those things that got changed or patched over time. Because I remember doing it on the original 360 version we had at the house. And it did take a lot of shots, and I seem to recall that that was on, like, a hunter that I did that. Why am I going back this way? Why am I stupid? Answer may surprise you to the question of why am I stupid, in that I had a moment where I forgot. So I think they stay over by the castle now. I don't think they chase this far out. So they're not actually like a threat over here. Like the flames being over here was just on their initial flyby in. Oh no, never mind. They do burn over here too. Okay. You've made your point. Huh. Well, that's something. Hi. How you doing? Say it, don't spray it, brother. Well, this is awkward. You're just gonna hang out there now, huh? That's the way to the lower berg. I don't want to go that way. I think they might be upset with me. Don't really know what gives me that idea, but I think they might be cross. Wait, actually, they come back. No, they're going back up to their perch. I was considering a cheeky thought again, seeing whether I could, like, yeet heavy soul arrows through that window to hit the dragon. Anyway, for those who may have missed it, this is where the Taurus demon used to be. That was the whole thing. I'm apparently going the long way back because I had a bit of a stupid moment. And I didn't want to run through fire, so... going this way now. So, on the bright side, this will lead to more souls to spend at Big Hat Logan. So, not the worst decision I could have made. Maybe not the best, but not the worst decision. Man, I'm much more effective with a spear than I ever used to be. Without locking on, I could never hit anything with these spears back when I'd played this originally, which is why I just never touched spear weapons at all. Like, they used to be the bane of my existence. Give me your souls. Gonna shake them out of your pockets. Shaking you down, shaking you down. Give me all your money as I run through your town. I don't know where this came from, but I'm doing this now, apparently. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for stopping that, actually. That, you know, I needed to be hit there. There we go. Up our way on over here. Make a quick rat kebab. Set a quick rat kebab. There we go. Any humanity? No? Okay. Boop. And, boop. And how about a boop for you? No, no boop for me, only for you. You can always tell the confidence difference when I'm saying stupid shit like that. Versus when I'm like, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to watch my ass, I need to do this. Wait. Somebody's sitting there. Wasn't somebody there before. Also, I need to put this shield back on so I'm no longer super heavy. Like, there's always been a corpse there. But you're different.
Aye, Shemai, and good day to you. I'm Donald of Xena. I'm just, well, a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them.
Got gold pine resin, got the master key, crystal straight sword, the crystal shield, the crystal great sword, the helm of the wise, the armor of the glorious, the gauntlets of the vanquisher, and the boots of the explorer, all incredibly expensive. The crystal sword is quite good, but you'll notice no magic still. Raw 150 though, and it is scaling off of both strength and dexterity, which is nice for us. But it cannot be repaired. This is the weapon that can't be repaired. I was getting this and the Drake sword mixed up, I think. And obviously the crystal shield also can't be repaired. So we will not be purchasing those.
Well, that is a shame then. But no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us. Someday. Sometime.
If I wasn't getting ready to go see Big Hat Logan, I would absolutely buy that gold pine resin. Because that's good stuff. Really thought I was about to botch that jump and be so upset with myself again, like has happened before. There's the boy.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
So he's got most of the soul arrows, but he's also got things like homing soul mass and soul spear, which we do so want, but we can't fucking afford. I think we primarily, at the moment, are gonna want homing soul mass, because you'll notice 36 intelligence required for soul spear. We're not gonna be able to use that anytime quick. We need 16 more intelligence before that's viable to use. Not to mention it only has 4 uses. Homing soul mass at least has 10. We could also go for Great Soul Arrow, or Great Heavy Soul Arrow. Let's see how much money we have.
Eh? Well, the way of sorceries is a long, hard road. Take it slowly.
I am genuinely gonna just munch like everything I have to see how much I can afford here. Oh, that was worth 10,000. We might be more well off than I thought. We also have the Dark Orb to make use of. To go get some vengeance. Okay, yeah, that's enough for homing soul mass. I might not end up eating everything. That's enough for that one. I think I just need 2,000 more and I can buy everything I want. Let's see if I did my mathematics correctly.
You really are very diligent. I quite understand. Study is invigorating.
So, homing soul mass first. I'm off by 2,000. Okay. Because we already have heavy soul arrow. We need great soul arrow to complete the set.
For the time being. Speak to me again to further your knowledge.
Which means I need to eat another 2,000. Which is completely fine. We have quite a lot on hand. Which is why I hang on to these.
Very well indeed. I'm pleased to share my sorceries.
Okay, all that's left to learn from him is Soul Spear now.
I will stay here for the time being. Speak to me again to further your knowledge.
I seem to recall that we will have opportunities to get even more spells from him as well.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank.
Uh-huh.
Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat.
Yeah, you'll notice he won't even do anything for us anymore, because it's like, no, my teacher's here. He is going to be doing a better job teaching you. Don't ask me anything anymore. Now, of course, the problem is, since the Firekeeper's still dead, we can't light this and actually do anything. So we can't actually assign our new spells right now. But that's why I didn't touch any bonfires. Way! Hey, Natra. We're going. We're dealing with Sen's Fortress, so, you know. pain, suffering, and woe. But we just learned a whole new set of spells, so we got that going for us. A magic weapon because I've not been using it. You're almost free. You've almost been able to correct the choices you've made. Yeah, these are pyromancies, so they're not useful to me. But for those who are interested, see, short strength and endurance boost, but lose HP, and this just makes poison mist. Just ick. We want Homing Soul Mass. Great Heavy Soul Arrow. And probably gonna replace Heavy Soul Arrow with Great Soul Arrow. Exactly. Pop open our bottomless box to get rid of some stuff. And actually, you know what? It'll be more interesting, I think, than going into Sen's Fortress if we use that orb and show you what that means. Right, I can't use it here. I might actually have to use it back at the Firelink Shrine, actually. Can I use it now? God damn it. Does that mean you need to, like, use it in front of where she died? Which complicates my scheme of dodging having to do Sen's Fortress for a bit longer. If I go up here, maybe it'll let me use it. Nope. Yes. And why I gotta thwart my plans? Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe don't put yourself back in that position again immediately. That seems like a questionable idea. Oh wait, I think you need to be human to invade too, don't you? And I think you actually have to be human to do this. That might be the problem. Let's waste a humanity potentially here and find out. I'm also considering kindling this bonfire again anyway. Because of how much we keep running out of healing in there. Nope, still not working. So I think I was right the first time and I need to be in the right spot to use the black orb. But just in case it's a too near to bonfire thing. Nope, still didn't work. Okay, never mind. Back into Sen's Fortress we go. We will take care of the murder of the Firekeeper probably next time. As it stands, we might even manage to get to a bonfire in Sen's Fortress at this rate. I feel like we're real close. Oi, snake men. Neener, neener. Suck arrows, stupid. Oh, you lived this time. That's upsetting. How did he live through 3 arrows and a stab when 3 arrows killed him so many other times? I swear sometimes they give enemies extra health just to spite you when you say things. Just like hidden game mechanic. You said something stupid. Enemy gets 10 extra hit points to survive what you did. Like for every stupid thing you say, they just get 10 more hit points. Fucked it up. It would honestly be very funny. Very upsetting, but very funny. Neat. Go, Super Soul Arrow. Yeah, obviously it's nowhere near as effective when they're blocking. But I figured I'd show those off while we were dealing with one of these guys anyway. Ow. God, your shields are so upsetting. You know that? Why must you be effective? Like, that is just the worst thing, is how they could just block basically everything under the sun. Fucking die. Spend a little bit of time away from fighting these things and it just all falls apart. 'Cause we had the tempo down until I went on that whole destruction spree across the world. To go talk to Logan. Okay, he's actually in place this time. He disappeared last time we walked over here, so I was like, did he just like run out of spawns or something? Missed it. There we go. Come along. Walk to your death. Skip, skip, skip to your doom. Skip, skip, skip to your doom. I mean, it's a positive and a negative there, really. It's good to have that information if it's information that you want, and you can just ignore that information. No one says you have to read this information that somebody else has bothered to dig up. Willful ignorance is a potent thing that sometimes is a positive. Exactly. There are benefits to these things. The search for knowledge will find many things that they didn't expect to find. You just gotta be careful not to find things you didn't want to find. Hi, I'm just gonna go behind you and do that. Good day, sir. Ah, the joys of using Sen's Fortress's traps in your favor. Like, that's one thing about this place I'll never get tired of doing, is shooting them in the back with their own traps. Hello, goodbye. Wait, why is the boulder here now? But I turned it the other... Fuck's sake. You're lucky that I got thrown off by that happening. Otherwise, you were supposed to get a bunch of arrows in your ugly schnoz from this trap right here. Instead, you get to get stabbed. I hope you're happy. You're a real bitey boy, aren't you? Die. Anyway. But the boulder was just over there. Why is the boulder also here? I couldn't dodge in time. But we got where we were trying to go. This is such shenanigans that this thing is suddenly pointed in a different direction again. Go back over here. Like, I have to assume that this, like, resets over time or something. Based on what's happened with this so many times now. Go ahead and wait the shots out, and off we go. I think we didn't finish what we were doing over here. I think I fell down, and I'm like, okay, this is my cue to retreat for the time being. Fall off? Okay. Oh, that's right, I got pummeled by the gang in here. course you fucking lived. Boop. Things I need to remember that I can do. Attack while blocking. Magic must defeat magic. Thankfully, lightning counts as magic. So anyway, that problem's solved. Hello there. You could fucking not. That'd be great. God damn it! I knew I was in trouble there, but I thought I was gonna get my shield up in time. I should have went for a faster spell. Thing is, I didn't want to get shot in the back trying to go through the blades. So it's like, well, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't here. No matter what move I make, I lose. Hey boys, we're back to do this again. Na-na-na. I love how he just doesn't even turn around. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that he's being shot in the ass. As repeatedly. I shouldn't have went for the heavy. That was a mistake. That was pure greed. Because that's all it needed. So welcome back to our tour of Sen's Fortress, beginning from the beginning, for I've lost count of the times. Oop. And get my weapon back. Whee! Real shame what keeps happening to that guy. I would say if I cared. You wonder about getting to that, but one problem at a time. I would assume there's a path to that somewhere. Because that seems like a real awkward jump to try to make from anywhere else. It certainly would be one very long jump to make from the bridge, for example. I'm not gonna use the I word and say it's impossible, but it doesn't look great. That'll do. For anybody coming in late, that's what I've been doing this whole time, aside from when I get through in time to shoot the bolts at them. We just do a little bit of a snipe off, and they lose. Because I haven't lost that fight yet. That's been consistently positive for us. Along then. No, there's the boulders back again. Are they just resetting every time I die now? I swear it didn't reset earlier. Very strange. But anyway, trap was favorable for us there. Rather tired of resetting these boulders. I needed to block that, otherwise I was gonna die. But I suppose it doesn't matter if I reset the boulder or not, because I'm not going anywhere where the boulder is. And if it's gonna keep resetting every time, I'm just gonna not bother. I forgot that it was 3 shots. I, for some reason, thought it was 1. Anyway, I've got a memento to carry with me as a souvenir of my visit to Sen's Fortress now. It's stuck in my throat, though. It's a little awkward. Okay, at least we both got stunned there. Oop. Let's fight from a better position, known as not about to fall off the damn bridge. Worth it. Okay, now let's get our stuff. I think that's the only caster that's in this vicinity. And I'm betting there's crazy people out there that could probably make that jump. I ain't one of those. I do not have the movement down well enough to try to make a turning jump to jump over there. I just want to acknowledge that that probably is possible, though. Yep. Okay. I see traps on both sides of me, so that's a thing. Just scoot past that. I saw the fog wall. I'm not interested in that right now. Okay, yeah, this leads around to where that guy was, so all jumping would do is avoid the last set of blades there. There's also a funny fuck you pit right here, I see. Let's go ahead and scoot against the wall. Now, is this a fog wall that leads to death, or is this a fog wall of progress? They're both kind of the same thing a lot of the time. Hey, big man, you're the one who opened the door, aren't you? Oh, you're also the source of all the boulders. I need to do something about you at some point, then. By at some point, I mean probably now. I'm sorry, what? Ah! Oh. That is upsetting. Things I didn't know existed. I genuinely didn't know that was a thing. That's actually one I did not know. I knew about everything else. I did not know that guy existed, because I think anytime I ever saw somebody go there, they just happened to get out of there quick enough to avoid getting exploded. Well, that's upsetting. Because we did all that work, we got up there, and then we just get bombed. And there was no saving that once the bomb came down the first time. Like, I wasn't allowed to move. Just in case anybody's like, why didn't you run? I couldn't fucking stand up. By the time I was allowed to stand up, the game was over. Thanks, game. Thanks for once again screwjobbing me. Back we go again, one more time. I wish I could say it was gonna only be one more time. I feel like it's gonna be another time. All of this without a damn bonfire anywhere in here, I would like to point out. I feel like I missed one somewhere. But I think there is either not a bonfire in Sen's Fortress or just like stupid deep in. Anyway, off he goes. Cut that one a little closer than I would like to. Honestly, I probably should just book it. Book it, push past you, shoot you in the back. Move on with my life. Don't engage in the snipe war that I don't have to engage in. I'd really like to get rid of Boulder Man, though. Getting rid of Boulder Man would be a very big boon to my life. Fuck you. That's what you get for trying to capitalize on my moment of weakness. Otherwise known as always. That was very nearly disastrous. Anyway. I should probably just hedge bets and heal again. Let's boulder out. Go, go, go. What? Come on! You know, a boulder that's sitting there is clearly so dangerous. This hadn't started moving around the corner yet. I rushed just like a hair too soon. Worth it. Burned through so much Estus just getting up here this time. Ugh. I remembered. Almost didn't, but I remembered. Do 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 do. I burned through my stamina like an idiot. Got him. I was worried about that move, but I'm like, this is the only play I have if I botch this on SOL anyway. Oh, the fucking floor. All because they get pushed back like a hair. Oh, thanks for the sword. Might actually be decent for us. Amberge. No, it's a great sword. Never mind. Which, that is pretty typical for those. That is not quite the usual shape for a Flamberge, I don't think, but I don't know that for certain. Spam you to death. Okay. At least we're almost back. Almost. If I hadn't jumped that, I don't think I was gonna make that. Top up health, because if I get clipped by the fucking kaboom boy again, I'm gonna be unhappy. Can I? Something about you from here. The answer is yes, but no. So he stopped moving. Maybe that's good enough. Gonna resume rock placing? No, he seems fine. He seems done with the whole idea now that I shot him in the face. Now that I know that the consequences of my own actions are coming, grab that and get back down for a second. Jesus. Such an aggressive bang. Go, 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 go. Soul of a brave warrior. I'm a big brave dog. I'm a big brave dog. I'm a big brave dog. Fuck me, man. That doesn't seem like a direction I want to go because I'm getting shot at going that way. Oh my god, he can throw them up here. I saw the flame, you know, the scorch marks. I'm like, there's no way he can throw up here, right? And then my world exploded. Oh god. Let's go back to our 100% physical shield and ability to roll. I make no sound. I might be able to just scoot. Ooh. Problem is, I don't know if this guy's guarding the way to the bonfire or if the bonfire's the other way. That's the problem. I think the play is gonna be to try to scoot up and fuck it up again. Pardon me, Captain Slamhammer. I gotta go. Got places to be and people to see, and you ain't one of them. Does he know how to ladder? Well, he didn't catch up enough to figure out that I went down here, apparently, so that's good enough for me. Oop. I can just keep him from activating his melee mode, because I'm assuming he has a melee mode. We could just kind of, like, cheap this out a bit. And let me tell you, in the position I'm in right now, cheaping it out is fine by me. Oh, Ricard's rapier. Thanks for that, I guess. Eeny, meeny, miny, evil. Neither of them are evil? Okay. Works for me. Rare Ring of Sacrifice. And... Divine Blessing. Not too bad, not too bad. Did get a fancy weapon, which unfortunately is way too much dexterity for us. So, not gonna make that any use right now. Well, we figured out where he disappeared to, that's for sure. We have so many fancy weapons now. Can't use half of them. Rare Ring of Sacrifice, die, lose nothing, nullify curse, ring breaks. So it's just a better Ring of Sacrifice. So we're probably not gonna be using that anytime soon either. Outside of an occasion where I know for a fact I'm gonna die, which actually, I am gonna put the regular Ring of Sacrifice on while we're carrying 16,000 souls. And the odds of us dying in here are very high. Like, this seems like a worthwhile amount to try to hang on to. What's up, buddy? Oh! Yep. Hey, what do you know about that whole dying thing I was talking about? Ring revival. I'm pretty sure we were like a few corners away from the bonfire, which is so upsetting. But at least we got out of there without losing the 16,000 we picked up. Yes, I am aware the Ring of Sacrifice shattered. Thank you. So at least we can get a couple levels out of that. Yeah, it's not within reach to get another attunement slot. Because we're gonna run into a problem with the attunement slots here soon. Problem is, 2 points in basically anything doesn't feel super meaningful at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right about that, Yura. You might be right. Hope all is well. We've been getting bodied by Sen's Fortress, as, you know, is tradition. Go ahead and munch this. I think that'll be enough to get me the 3rd point. Yeah, exactly. We might still not quite be in... Yeah, not quite enough. We still need another 1,600. I'm just trying to get rid of it all cleanly so that I don't lose it. Yeah, but everybody knows how it goes, more or less, is the thing. Okay, that's only 1,000. May have done all of the wrong math possible. Yeah, it's not quite gonna be enough. Okay, hang on. This is true. These are all facts. It is, in fact, a game of all time. Missed it. Shot myself in the back. It is a hood, yeah. Yeep. Okay, that's all the souls I needed was his, but, his friend's rather upset about me taking his friend's souls. Understandably so. You know, not judging for that, but I am judging the fact that he's trying to murder me. And being annoyingly successful about it, I'd add. There we go. Now we can afford what I was trying to do. Yeah, there's a whole set of crimson robes and all of that. Just, they're the wrong weights and values for me, so I'm not using the rest of it. And now I could actually go up to 20 dexterity, for example. 20 dexterity, 20 strength. Dexterity, 20 strength. I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, 19 is enough for the 5th attunement slot, so I could go for that angle instead. The only annoying thing is attunement doesn't do anything other than give you slots to use more spells. I shouldn't really worry about getting more than 4 spells at a time. By the time I go through all of those, I'll probably be dead. Could go up to over 700 hit points. Probably not worth anything. Let's see. Actually, no, I do want to still be in the bonfire. I want to look at the box. 20 dexterity, what does that do for me? Gets me the Atto. Guard's Rapier. I think that's it. It gets me some beneficial scaling on some other things, and that's about all. Whereas 20 strength on its own doesn't do anything for us. Because everything that needs strength is higher than 20, or I already have it. It's like the server's the closest thing to something I'd be able to reach with 20. That needs 24. This needs either 32 or 16. 16 being the half you need to be able to... Actually, is it half or is it 1.5? I think you actually need 1.5 to use it in 2 hands properly. So I think that's actually more like 18 or 20 that you need to use that in 2 hands properly. So yeah, I think I'm more likely to lean to the 20 dexterity then. There we go. Doesn't help this weapon at all because this weapon has no scaling. Which remains sad. But this like buffs the scaling on the whip, for example, because that's got B class scaling. So if I decide to use that more, that benefits. This benefits more. So if I'm going to use one of the two, it'll be the Falchion, unless I'm really hard up about dealing with shields. Which shields are annoying, so there's a reality there. It's that durability is just tragic, though. And of course, the scaling on the longsword has gotten yet better from what we did there, because it's C for both. What I really need is a magic weapon, though. Like a weapon that's a melee weapon that scales with intelligence, which I think there's like only like 2 of in this game. Something stupid like that. Later on in the series, they get a bit more common. Here, it's not great. So I have a decision to make. We're at 6 hours in. Do I try again? Because if I try again now, I'm fresh at it, so it would be a decent enough idea on that front. But I am getting tired, so mistakes are going to be more likely to be made. I think here's what do. I will swing at it one more time. We'll take one more swing, and what happens, happens. And if we make it to the bonfire, we're stopping. If we don't make it to the bonfire, we're still stopping. I think that's the best call to make at the minute. No, they respawned, but the trap didn't reset. Means I have to deal with both of them at full health, which is really bad for me. Because they're still very strong. I really thought that was gonna reach. Boop. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I booped your friend to death. Nope. You are so lucky my reach was short on that. No. No more of that. Okay. Now to crawl through Sen's Fortress for, like, the 4th time after having gotten as far as we had. More than 10th time total now. Also, I think he fell to his death again. I just saw a health bar through the wall. No, he's still there. Somebody may have gotten, like, crushed or hit or something, but it wasn't him. Boing. Okay. Now to see if he makes it. Oh no. He still could do it though. He's still got a chance. Aww. Anyway. Like, I should feel bad about that. I really should. But considering what this place keeps putting me through, I have no guilt left for anything that happens to any of these snake men. There is no quarter, no guilt, no anything. Just, oh, that's a shame. Like this. Oh, what a shame your own arrow trap shot you in the face. Exactly. Oh no! Anyway. Just somehow drink my Sunny D through my mask, don't mind how. Don't get bouldered. Oh, wait, no, this isn't the boulder corner. Oh, you didn't follow me? You didn't chase me? Oh. Hey, there's the boulder. Anyway, rip that guy. Ow. Oh yeah, you did survive the boulder landing on your head, huh? That's a shame for me right there. That's a big yikes. Anyway, just gonna poke you a couple times. You ever have one of those moments where just, like, you suddenly realize everything you've done has backfired upon you? Oh, I only just barely avoided getting killed there. This guy is proving to be such a problem. Now he isn't. But that's a lot more Estus than I would have liked to have used at this point. Which is what I was talking about with me making mistakes. Because we also have to get past the boulders up here still. Okay, we at least got clear of that without getting bouldered. That's actually ideal. Anyway, set off this arrow trap, wait for it to finish shooting. We're most of the way back to where we were. We just have a few snake men to get through. And by a few, I mean way too many. But really, any number of them could arguably be way too many. Especially in condition like ours. That's what I was afraid of. I was hoping I was going to be able to just dodge you entirely. But apparently you will not be dodged, and honestly, I can respect that. Not respected enough to let you win, but I can still respect that. You can respect my spear in your ass. Anyway. Speaking of people who need to learn respect, fuck you. Okay. So that's all of those problems sorted out. Keep homing soul mass ready, that might actually be useful. Just wait for all be passed and go, 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 go. Oh, come on! Why was I so slow that time? I did the exact same thing repeatedly before, and he just didn't get a good sprint, I guess, that time. But I said whether I made it or not, we were stopping, so we're stopping. Let me just go ahead and snooze that ad because it was going to happen. That is unfortunate that that happened that way, but that's just how it be sometimes. Sometimes you just get shafted. I didn't even have my heavy shield out, so it's like, why did I manage to run through there better when I had a heavy shield versus when I didn't? Very strange. But I have to assume it was the... It was the, like, slight turn that I had partway across that probably shafted me there. Really. Unfortunately. It's time to unfold the giant list and figure out where we're going. Oh, holy hell. Oh, right, it's 8 o'clock. Yeah, that makes sense. There may or may not have just been 6 people that all went live. Make that 7 people that just all went live at the same time that popped in my notifications when I was trying to look at the list. Just watching all of that unfold back to back to back to back to back was fascinating there. But schedule coming up. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, schedule coming up tomorrow. Obviously, no stream because it's Wednesday. Thursday, we start the big archipelago with the Dragon Council. The Dragon Pelago begins that day. I will be starting earlier than normal on a Thursday. It'll probably be like 3 o'clock Eastern instead of 5 o'clock. Unless I end up needing to do a lot of stuff beforehand. Keep an eye on social media and you'll know exactly when that starts, pretty much. That's the easy answer there. Which, if you do not already know about all of that, you want to go ahead and look at this tree over here. It's fine. The fortress was expected to be a problem. I knew I was going to struggle to get through there, which is why I was trying to avoid going there at all, but I forgot that where we have to go next is through there. I was hoping I could go around it, but even looking at a map, I could not find a good way around it. So, we'll figure that out next week. It'll be fine. But Friday is going to be Terraria still, and then Saturday we'll continue the Archipelago, because there's no way we're getting all 3 games I'm going to be playing for that Archipelago done in one day. Absolutely not. Especially not since we are over 40 worlds in that Archipelago at this point. If that tells you anything about how wild this whole exchange is going to be. I have 3 games. Most of the other players have 2 to 4 games. It's a lot. There's like, I think like 12 or 14 or so of the Dragon Council people playing on Thursday. It's a lot. Yeah, let me actually just look and get you a better count, because I can just look at who's in that discussion. Let's see, 2... Oh no, I had my count completely wrong. There is 23 people in that thread. So that's a thing. It's a lot. I wasn't kidding when I said it's a big archipelago. I do and I don't. Like, I enjoy doing an archipelago, but I feel like there are going to be points where that is going to grind to a screeching halt. And that's the thing I'm kind of worried about a little bit. But that's why some of the progress on that's not going to be live, especially since I'm only going to have so much live time where I'm going to be able to work on it. Because I don't want to end up cutting off Breath of Fire or this. So the temptation is there to skip a week of Dark Souls, but yeah, that's why I'm going back and forth with it. I want to show you guys some of it, especially day 1, because day 1's the most exciting part. And then I'm going to aim, if I can, to show you guys the end of it. Guaranteed. And then in between is going to kind of just be on and offline. Like, if somebody says, like, hey, I need something, I'm just going to go get it. I'm not going to go live, go get it, and then fuck off. That's not worth it to anybody. But what I might do is what I had posited doing, I think it was yesterday that I said I might do this, where I pop into the archipelago for a bit at the start of streams or at the end of streams. Kind of give you guys like a progress update on it. This way you're still kept in the loop. But I may also just like live post it on Blue Sky or something as well. This way, again, you're all kept in the loop as much as possible, but it doesn't all have to be done in front of you. And there's going to be parts of Lunacid and Dawn of Sorrow and Mario 64 that's not going to be that interesting to watch anyway. There are going to be parts of that where it's just going to be a lot of getting nothing done. And I'm still struggling with the where are we going choice here, because again, there's just so fucking many people. Especially with the massive pile that all just went live that I was talking about now. It's like, okay, do I loop them into the choices now? Yeah, to be clear, this whole big thing is going to be an async. We're starting off pseudo-synced. Like, anybody who is on at the same time is more than welcome to sync up and everything. It's just launching all at the same time, day one. Which, again, is what makes it as exciting as it is for day one to be. I can't even, like, narrow this down based on something similar, because a bunch of people are playing either Elden Ring or something else that's vaguely Souls-like, so it's like, yeah, I could go for any of those options, yeah. Do I want to, though? I have too many choices. A man with choice paralysis shouldn't have this many options. Ah. Okay, you already know the schedule upcoming, basically, based on what I just rattled off there. The most notable thing being, by the time by next Thursday, we may or may not still be working on the archipelago anymore. That's about the only notable bit there. Because I don't know how long it's going to take for my part in it to be done. Since I'm going to be partially working on it offline. That is going to speed it up a fair amount. Because there's going to be less distraction and all of that. Because I won't have as many plates spinning while I try to do some of the stuff. Now, and there's one other thing about that archipelago, actually, that I should mention. There's a chance I may end up, like, appearing in other people's streams as a result of this. Not during the big day one thing, obviously, because during the big day one thing, obviously, there's going to be collabs all over the shop about that. Because people are going to be hopping in and out of an open call for that, for the most part. Potentially multiple different open calls, depending on how busy that ends up getting. Which, personally, I'm probably going to be, like, popping into whatever small call I see going on. I'm not going to jump into the big one. Because that's going to be way too fucking much happening all at once, probably. But it already sounds like a couple people are going to be splitting off from the big call anyway. So that'll end up working out. I'm gonna go ahead and knock out audio and take a look at a couple of these and see where they're at. You know, plus or minus ads. Ads are a thing that are gonna get in the way of this plan. Yeah, considering there's gonna be a bunch of people waiting on items and such, I'm obviously going to try to make as fast a run through that archipelago as possible. Not rushing it, like I'm not going to start speed running things or anything, but I'm going to try to make a good pace of it. It's not that good a spot, so we won't bother with that one. Yes, hello ads, goodbye ads. That's the last stall I've got, though. I need to make a decision here soon. What are you doing? What is happening? Nope, not that one. I don't know what the issue there is, but I'm not gonna try to unpack that right now. No. This does not need to be this difficult. You know what? Yeah. We'll go with that. haven't been over there in forever, and they're gonna be playing something goofy. There we go. I did spell it right. Yay! We'll go see Maki. We haven't been over there in months, I think. I think the last time we raided Maki was back when she was still playing Silent Hill F, and that was a while ago. But, like I said, we already talked schedule, so I'm not going to go back through that. Yeah, I don't really have anything of note to stall with this time around, so we won't worry too much about it today. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Hopefully we will make more progress next week. Be good to Maki, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.